Reverend.
I want to share with you this morning words from the king leader Solomon, words of wisdom, taken from Proverbs chapter 16, verses 21 through to 24. It says, "The wise in heart will be called prudent, and sweetness of the lips increases learning. Understanding is a wellspring of life to him who has it, but the correction of fools is folly. The heart of the wise teaches his mouth, and adds learning to his lips. Pleasant words are like a honeycomb, sweetness to the soul, and health to the bones." Shall we pray? Eternal God and our Father, we're grateful for another day and for the opportunity to meet in this Parliament for yet another sitting to conduct the nation's business. Lord God, for a new member to be sworn in, help him to understand, as the Bible states in Luke 12 and verse 48, "To whom much is given, much is required." So we pray earnestly for him and look forward to his contribution to this Parliament and this nation. We pray today for your guidance and help, and seek your divine blessing upon every member of this Parliament, the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition, direction and guidance to the Speaker, and indeed all who serve. So, Lord God, journey with us today throughout the sitting, for we pray in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. And the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from the evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Madam Clerk.
Confirmation of minutes.
I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
A very good morning, Mr. Speaker. Good morning to Antigua and to Barbuda. Mr. Speaker, I move by way of motion that the minutes of the 4th of December 2025 and 18th of February 2026 be accepted as reflecting an accurate picture on record of what transpired in Parliament on those days, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the minutes of December 4, 2025 and February 18, 2026 be approved. All in favor? Contrary-wise, the minutes have been approved. Madam Clerk.
Oath of allegiance of a new member.
I, Randy St. Clair, Baltimore, swear by Almighty God that I will faithfully bear true allegiance to the state of Antigua and Barbuda its constitution and laws. So help me God.
Messages from the Governor General. Announcements by the Speaker.
Good morning. Welcome to sitting of this honorable house. I'd like to welcome everyone here this morning, particularly all the members here present and all those of you seated in the gallery who have come out in your numbers to support the newly elected Member of Parliament for the constituency of St. Philip's North. And while I'm at this, let me be the first to welcome the honourable member to this honourable house. The people have given you this job. Now it's time for you to do the work. I wish you all the best. I wish you God's guidance. And I ask you, please to put God first in everything you do. Seek ye first the kingdom of God, and all other things will be added unto you. Those are not my words, I'm simply quoting. May God continue to richly bless you. Madam Clerk. I recognize the Honorable Attorney General and member for St. John's City South.
And will continue for a long time. Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I move by way of motion that the House be suspended for about 5-10 minutes in order to allow us to pay tribute to our fallen brother, the late Honorable Tico Lake. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that this honorable house be suspended so that the members can pay tribute to a former member of the House of Representatives who has left us through the icy hands of death. And so we are going to suspend the honorable house for a period of time to allow the members to pay tribute. House stands suspended. All in favor? Sorry. Contrary-wise? It's carried. I recognize the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is with deep sadness that I rise to pay tribute to a fallen comrade, a former colleague in this honorable house, Honorable Tico Lake, who unfortunately succumbed to a long illness. He had a battle with kidney disease, and unfortunately, last month, succumbed to this disease. I've known Tico from the time I was a child at Princess Margaret School. So he was not just a parliamentary colleague, but also a friend. In fact, I'm the one who actually recruited him to run on the Labour Party ticket in 2009 and subsequently in 2014. And on both occasions, he was elected as the distinguished representative for Rural South. And certainly he's someone who made his contribution to nation building, having served in this parliament, both in the upper and lower houses of parliament, for 2 terms in the lower house and for 1 year or possibly 1.5 years in the upper house. So again, we will all miss him, and we lost a brother, we lost a friend, and I just want to take the opportunity to extend sincere condolences to his father in particular. You know, it's always difficult for a parent to have a child decease him or her. And I know that, you know, he's broken by the passing of his dear son, but as I would have indicated to him during a recent conversation, the entire institution, the Antigua-and-Barbuda Labour Party, Labour Party administration, we continue to stand with the family during this very difficult period. He'll be buried, I believe, on Monday. And again, we are asking our comrades to come out in their numbers to pay final farewell, 10 a.m. on Monday, to pay final farewell to our fallen comrade, someone who has served our party and certainly our country with distinction. May his soul rest in peace and rise in glory. I don't know if I should continue with that. And while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, I also want to welcome the newest Member of Parliament, Comrade Randy Baltimore. And I endorse your charge to him in its entirety. As the Speaker indicated, member for St. Philip's North, you were elected to serve the people, all the people of Antigua and Barbuda, but especially the people of St. Philip's North. Your predecessor, the Honorable Robin Yearwood, would have served with distinction to the extent that he was rewarded with 11 consecutive electoral victories. That is not only a record here in the Caribbean, but I believe in the entire Commonwealth and perhaps maybe globally, insofar as any democracy is concerned. So your job is also to continue to uphold and to enhance that legacy, to do nothing to undermine it, and at the same time to carve out your own personal space that will mirror to the best you can the contributions of Sir Robin Yearwood, or if possible, even to better those contributions, which I'll accept will be very difficult. I mean, certainly to get 50 unbroken years. I don't know any of us will achieve that. I doubt any of us for that matter. But you're still a young man, you can never tell. Just make sure you continue to serve the people of St. Philip's North with distinction. And I certainly want to thank all of the residents of St. Philip's North who continue to place their confidence and support in the Antigua-and-Barbuda Labour Party and its candidates. I want to say to the people of St. Philip's North that your support has not gone unnoticed. And certainly we will continue to ensure that we honor your support and to reward your support. And we ask you to continue to stand with Comrade Randy Baltimore. As you're aware, we will be going into general elections shortly. In fact, I will read a statement, not to preempt, proroguing the Parliament very shortly. And we are asking for your continued support for Comrade Randy Baltimore. Once again, congratulations.
I recognize the honourable member for St. John's, Rural South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning to this honourable House and to the gallery and to all of Antigua and Barbuda. Like the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, I too would like to pay tribute to the former Member of Parliament for St. John's, Rural South. You know, the former MP, Eustace Lake, is one of those persons, Mr. Speaker, that warms the room when he steps inside. He always has a smile, despite his challenges and the difficulties he was experiencing, and he always had a positive disposition, right down to the very end. Mr. Speaker, a lot of times we forget about the persons upon whose shoulders we stand. A lot of times, we forget about our predecessors. And a lot of times, we fail to really honor those who have contributed to nation building. Eustace Lake, Mr. Speaker, gave approximately 14 years of his life to nation building and to the constituency of St. John's Road South. For those of us who serve in this house, both in the upper and lower house, would know that being a parliamentarian is not easy. Trying to address the needs of your constituents is not easy. Being a minister is not easy. And when someone contributes and dedicates over a decade of their life to that, it is something that ought to be recognized, celebrated, and remembered. His untimely passing, Mr. Speaker, is sad. It is not in the natural scheme of things for a parent to bury a child. And so I can only imagine the pain that the entire Lake family and all of his friends and loved ones are undergoing at this time. But, Mr. Speaker, if we are believers, and as we recited this morning in the Lord's Prayer, there's a line that says, "Thy will be done." And we may not always understand the Lord's will. But as I said, if we are believers, we hold strong in our faith that His will always be done. And if this is His will, then so be it. And so on my personal behalf, on behalf of the residents of St. John's Road South, and I believe I can say on behalf of the Antigua and Barbuda Labour Party family, I wish to express condolences to the friends, family, and loved ones of the late Eustace Lake. And I pray that his soul rests in eternal peace and rises in glory. If it pleases you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, Member for All Saints East and St. Luke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning to this Honourable House. Mr. Speaker, I rise to say congratulations to the newly elected member of St. Philip's North and say welcome to you to this Honourable House. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to express sympathies to the family of the late Eustace Lake, who lived in All Saints East and St. Luke for quite some time. And him and I would have shared a friendship in which we could have discussions on political views, even though we were on different sides. His demeanor was one where it doesn't matter how much we disagree. We were able to have discussions without any form of disrespect, any form of insult or embarrassment. So I just once again want to take this opportunity to express sincerest condolences to those who are left to mourn. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, while I'm on my feet, for clarity, I'm not sure if it is that we are properly convening the Parliament based on the fact that a Deputy Speaker should be elected at always be there for every sitting, and we don't have a Deputy Speaker because that seat became vacant when the Honourable Sir Robin resigned. Thank you so much. I seek your clarity, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, if I may rise in a point of order,
Honourable Prime Minister.
just to bring to this Honourable House the legal provision. First of all, let me start with the standing orders that states very clearly, and this is election of a Deputy Speaker. Page 4 of the standing orders. It says that whenever the House first meets after any general election, notice, when it first meets. After any general election, and before it proceeds to conduct any other business except the election of the Speaker, it shall elect a member of the House to be Deputy Speaker, and if the office of Deputy Speaker falls vacant, the House shall, in accordance with Section 42(3) of the Constitution of Antigua and Barbuda, proceed to elect a member to be Deputy Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, just to satisfy the members on the other side, the Attorney General has said to us there's absolutely no such requirement, but we're trying to bring an end to the mischief. I want to recommend that we place on the order paper an item, or we amend the order paper to include the election of a Deputy Speaker. And while I'm on my feet, I want to nominate the Honourable Member for St. Philip's North to serve as the Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the order paper be amended to include a section for the election of a Deputy Speaker of the House. Yes, after the tribute. And the Honourable Prime Minister has made a nomination that the Honourable Member for St. Philip's North is the nominee for this position. All in favour? Members of the gallery, the ayes or the noes come from the members of Parliament. All in favour? Contrary-wise, the ayes have it. We continue with the... yes. The opposition would like to make a nomination for the position of Deputy Speaker. All right, no. So we'll move on with the tributes. All right, so we are going to have a vote by division. Would it be written? Well, Mr. Attorney General, would this be done now or at the conclusion of the tributes?
May I respectfully request, sir, that we reconvene the seat of the House to have this done since... Yes. May I recommend, Mr. Speaker, that the House be reconvened since we suspended it for the tributes. So it's becoming official. We suspend it and move on. Procedure. So bring it back for procedure. Although I must state clearly that that statement from the other side is completely unfounded in law, completely illogical and disgusting.
Okay, this honourable House will resume its sitting, and I may ask that in the event that anyone would want to pay tribute, they could do that whenever they're making a presentation. That would be appropriate. Yes. All right. So the House resumes its sitting.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move a motion for the Honourable Member for St. Philip's North, the Honourable Randy Baltimore, to serve in the position as Deputy Speaker of this Honourable House.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the Honourable Member for St. Philip's North, elected to serve in the position of Deputy Speaker of this House of Representatives. All in favour? Contrary-wise, motion is carried.
Speaker, just to be procedurally correct, before you put the question, you should have asked whether or not there are any other nominees.
I did. I did.
Yes.
I did.
Do it again. Do it again.
Yes, I did, honorable member.
Did it when the Parliament was suspended, which doesn't count.
Okay. Will there be any other nomination for the position of Deputy Speaker of this House? I think the response silences consent. So procedurally correct, could we again move the motion since there are no other nominations? Yes. We do that, yes.
Move it again?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move a motion for the member for St. Philip's North, the Honorable Randy Baltimore, to serve as Speaker of this Honorable House. Deputy Speaker of this Honorable House.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the Honorable Member for St. Philip's North, the Honorable Randy Baltimore, hold the position of Deputy Speaker of this House of Representatives. All in favor say aye. Aye. Contrary-wise, no. I think the ayes have it. The House will resume its sitting.
Mr. Speaker, I beg that we amend the order paper, and the next agenda item will be tributes. So whatever the number is, we have A and B, the tributes to Tico Lake, to the new Member of Parliament, the Honorable Randy Baltimore, member of St. Philip's North, and also we would like to pay tribute to the member for St. Mary's North, who was, what, 38 years? Whose 30-plus years, nearly 40 years of service will come to an end because this will be the last sitting of Parliament.
It has been moved and seconded that the order paper be amended to include, before we go any further into the order paper, as printed, a section for tribute to the Honorable Tico Lake, to the newly elected Member of Parliament, and to the Honorable Sir Malwin Joseph. All in favor say aye. Aye. Contrary-wise say no. It's carried. We'll continue. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In light of the amendment, it's important that I continue my tribute, which will now include a member for St. Mary's North, who has served in this Parliament for, what, 38 years, Excellency? 38 years. And someone who has given yeoman service towards the development of this country and its people. Mr. Malwin would have served in various capacities: Minister of Finance, Minister of Tourism, Minister of Health. Evidently, he has been a heavyweight in politics for the last approximately 40 years. Someone who has a keen intellect, someone whose counsel I've relied on from the time I entered Parliament in 1999, someone who has earned my full respect as, I'd say, a well-cultured gentleman who has served in this Honorable House and who would have carried himself with decorum, someone who I always considered to have been prime ministerial material. And even though you did not make it to prime ministership, Sir Malwin, there's no doubt that you had the skills to serve in that capacity. We have enjoyed a strong friendship from the time I entered politics in 1999, and you have always enjoyed my full support and admiration. Now that you are seeking to retire, obviously it's bittersweet. I've said to my colleagues, give me Sir Malwin even at age 90. Above and beyond any replacement. But Sir Malwin and his family have decided that his family would like to spend some more time with him, and instead of giving him loaning him to us for maybe another 5 years. They have insisted that he should retire. And as you know, we announced recently that there's a replacement in Dr. Fillmore Benjamin. Very capable Antiguan who is expected to carry the torch forward and to continue to expand on the legacy that Sir Malwin has created in the constituency of St. Mary's North. Sir Malwin, as I said to you privately, and I say so publicly, we'll find a role for you to come to Cabinet on an invitational basis to continue to share your good insights with us. You know, we recognize the importance of institutional knowledge and people with competence, with skills. We must maintain their involvement in policy making, and certainly Sir Malwin is one of those individuals. So it's not a full retirement, so you may not get paid, but it's continuous service. But we do understand that, at your age, you'd want to spend a little more time with your children, your wife and grandchildren. And again, we just want to thank you for your service. We want to thank your family for sharing you with the nation for such a long period of time. You know, individuals who take up this type of public service, serving in the Parliament and serving in the Cabinet for an extended period, serving as a minister, it takes away from the family time. I mean, the amount of effort and time that we have to put into our respective ministries, by the time you get home, you're tired, you can't pay the kind of quality life or share the kind of quality time with your children and even your spouse. So it's a sacrifice that many of us would have made, and Sir Malwin, is one of the individuals who would have served for an extended period, and certainly is an example for all of us, especially future generations, to follow in terms of how to conduct themselves, how to articulate. I'd say Sir Malwin has been consistently one of the best debaters in this Parliament, and certainly on the platform, one of our best performers. So we'll be losing a significant amount of skills here, but at the same time, he will still be around to provide guidance and advice to the Cabinet. We hope that we will win the next general elections handsomely. Well, again, the prospects are looking great in terms of probabilities. I would say that there's a 95% that will win, and perhaps maybe a 90% there'll be a clean sweep. Anyway, having said that, Mr. Member for St. Mary's North, my dear friend and colleague, I'll miss you personally not being in this honorable house, and certainly we'll still have the opportunity to spend some time together. It means that I have to create a little time to do a little more socialization, and certainly you'll be part of that social group, because I do value your friendship, both personal and professional. I wish you a most successful semi-retirement. Notice I said semi. And to let you know that you will have our continued support, and certainly within the Antigua and Barbuda Labour Party, we'll continue to do whatever we can to honor and to uphold your legacy. Once again, thank you for your service.
Honourable member, Attorney General, I would not mind to give the Honourable Leader of the Opposition an opportunity, if he would like, since he had also presented his thank you and tribute early on. You can always? Okay, yeah, but I was going to give you the opportunity. No. Okay. All right. I recognize the Honourable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, today for me brings a lot of thought, a lot of soul searching in my political career. It was William Shakespeare, Mr. Speaker, who wrote in Twelfth Night, Act 2, Scene 5, "Some men are born great, others achieve greatness, and yet still others have greatness thrust upon them." These words, my dear friends, in Parliament today, and those of you in the community will recognize that these words in all its forms apply to my dear friend and colleague, Sir Malwin Joseph. Was he born great? Did he achieve greatness? Or was greatness thrust upon him? I can recall, Mr. Speaker, that when Mr. Malwin Joseph, my friend, came to Antigua in the 1980s, at that time, I was a member of the Senate. He had just come back from the United States of America. He came to my home in South Street, on my veranda, indicating to me that he's now here getting into politics. And of course, he came to the home of somebody whom he trusted to talk about how to deal with the people of this nation. You know, Mr. Speaker, from since then, he came that day, I can recall, in his brown boots, in his denim jeans, with his army cap, and beautiful shirt. What a wonderful picture he painted. Handsome gentleman, you know, well-dressed, wanting to give you the competition. But he said from that time how determined he was to make a contribution to the development of Antigua and Barbuda. And Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say he has done exactly that. In this parliament for many, many years, beside me was Robin Yearwood. And beside him was Sir Malvin Joseph. For many years we did that. Then, Mr. Speaker, Sir Robin left, and he moved closer to me on my right, and now he's leaving. So that means the 3 old guards, 2 have gone, 1 remains. Well, Mr. Malvin Joseph, my friend, I can tell you that when this Prime Minister brings that gun, this guard will be back here, for sure. Renewed guard. And at that stage, the General Secretary, our party's chairman, I think, he'll be back here too. Will be moving closer to me. But you know, Sir Malvin always was a dedicated person. During our struggles, he was there to fight. A person more eloquent is hard to find. Deep thought. He dissected, trisected every argument. And many times he made the other side look like schoolboys being taught their lessons in school. Sir Malvin, you have served your people well. You were leaving as a winner. You lost once, but you came back and you remain here consistently. And I'm satisfied that you have chosen and advised the Prime Minister to select an individual whom I believe, and I know, will continue a legacy. That person happens to be a Benjamin too, happens to be a relative of mine, and if I know him well, commitment, dedication, loyalty are his hallmarks in life. I'm going to miss you, Sir Malvin. Miss you in cabinet as well. When we argue, he just remains quiet, as the Prime Minister says, and he always comes with words of wisdom, always there to calm a troubled sea, always there to all of the information gathered together and to give proper advice. And I'm glad that my Prime Minister has seen it fit to make him continue making his contributions to the development of Antigua and Barbuda. History will remember. It was he, Sir Malvin, during COVID, who mastered our development and kept us together during COVID. History will recall it was Sir Malvin who transformed medical services in the state. History will recall it's under his watch we had our first renal transplant, our first situation where we're developing Antigua into a modern society as far as health services are concerned. So, Sir Malvin, you will be remembered well in history. When we look at Antigua and Barbuda 100 years from now, we will not be here. But the historians will look at the records and will pay tribute to you for the work you have done. So, my friend, as you retire, let me say, today, for me, is a day which God has made. So let us rejoice and be glad in it. May you, sir, enjoy your retirement. Come and make a contribution, Sir Malwin. Well deserved, sir. Well deserved. And furthermore, thank you, Mr. PM, how could I forget Tico Lake? A young man with talent, a young man who fought and laid the way for my friend, now my friend Darrell, member for St. Mary's, St. John's Rural South, who will be here after the next elections. All of us here will be here after the next elections. All of us will be here. And more. That's correct. But the fact is, Tico was a driver. Tico knew what it meant to work. Wonderful smile. Approachable man. Never resentful. Always approachable. Tico also had a smile in his face to attract people to him. And that young man over there, my friend All Saints West, who's still independent candidate in this house, independent member of this house, when the gong will have rung, and you come over here, that man against you will be no more. No more. Your opponent and I went to grammar school together. We're in Cadet Corps together. I was his sergeant in the Cadet Corps. He never won anything. He lost 11 times already. He's going to lose this time too. And this time, you're going to take him to the cleaners. So my friend Tico, I know you've laid the path for Darrell, and Darrell will continue to carry the fight for the people of St. John's Rural South. I happen to be the leader in that zone. It's Rural West, Michael Joseph. I'll carry him too, so Mr. Lewis, enjoy your last day here. Michael Joseph, no, talking about reality. Then there is my dear friend Darrell, and then St. George. That's my zone. Mr. Prime Minister, as I speak today, my zone will surely come home to Labour. And as far as my friend Randy is concerned, Randy has been with me a lot. And Ms. Baltimore, thank you very much for your strong support of Randy. And all of you who are here today with Randy. Randy was always a worker. Randy, even when he was a customs officer, would come to me to discuss matters of importance with the law, especially with respect to customs matters. Always talking about the people of his constituency. Always speaking about how he can get scholarships to help them. Always talking about the programs just for the youth. Always a people's person. Always a loving and caring man in the mold of his friend from St. John City South. So my friend, welcome to Parliament. You will be here for a very long time to come. And before I sit, I just want to say one thing to Randy. Randy, never lose what you have. Honest, humble, approachable, loyal. Once you keep those things, my friends, you'll be here to carry on the fight. When the PM, myself, Comrade Joseph, Comrade Chet, Comrade Fernandez would have gone. You will have the torch to carry. With Turner, Darrell, Maria, Michael, Young Smith, Kiz Nathaniel too. So you see, when Smallwood goes, Newton. So when they leave the scene, we leave the scene. We're satisfied there's continuity, surety, not division. Can't even find a team to run the next election. And we have a young man in Barbuda. I want to make a prediction now.
Yes.
Today,
Big upset.
will be the last day in Parliament for St. John's, Rural West, Barbuda, and Lamont Newton. With the fight, you two will go.
Clean sweep.
Thank you, sir.
I recognize the honourable member for St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this moment of tributes, allow me to join the speakers before me in welcoming the newest member of the Parliament, the Honourable Randy St. Clair Baltimore. Whose election was over a week ago cements or further cements a long, unbroken, and I dare say unbreakable control of the St. Philip's North constituency, where the Antigua-Barbuda Party has governed for the last 55 years. Randy's election speaks to the relationship between a party and a community. And if nothing else, Randy, you're charged with maintaining that bond, that garrison arrangement between the Antigua and Barbuda Party and the people of St. Philip's North. Again, I welcome you. Maybe I should not just say welcome you. I look forward to working with you when we return, when Prime Minister Brown rings the bell. Let me move to our departed comrade, Comrade Eustace Tico Lake. Tico Lake joined the Antigua-Barbuda Party team in 2009. We ran in the St. John's Rural South seat for the first time, and I believe his smiles were sufficient. Tico was the warmest person I know in politics. Never saw him angry for a moment, not for a minute. Never heard him one time refuse an assignment. He's always at the ready for service, representation, both country and party. I rise not only to give tribute to Tico as a member of this team, this organization, but Tico and I had a special bond in that we were one day apart in celebrating birthdays. And so I would call him every year rather, on his birthday, and he would call me on my birthday. And so there's a void now created with his passing where I can't celebrate with him. But whilst he's not with us, memories certainly linger. His warmth, his vivaciousness, his commitment to duty, to service, are all part of that which we all remember of Tico as the years roll on. As chairman of the Antigua-Barbuda Party, I want to say to his family, thank you for sharing Tico with us. His service to the party, to the country, to the people, certainly is etched for all times. With respect to my colleague who sits to my left, Sir Malwyn Morganson Joseph. Why do you serve a man who has brought so much, given so much to national life? a man who has held several ministerial portfolios, to include tourism, now holding wealth and finance. I remember the major hurricane. Sir Malvin was the finance minister when others thought he could not rebound. Hurricane Lewis it was. He held steady. And that was 1995? 95. We saw Sir Malvin in action in 95, holding the fabric of our finances together. It was the same Malvin Joseph who we depended on when COVID struck to hold the health and safety standard of this country together. And like he did in 1995, he came through for us again as people during COVID. So Malvin, on behalf of the people of St. Paul's, first and foremost, on behalf of the Antigua-Barbuda Party, on behalf of the nation, I place on record here our appreciation, abiding appreciation for your service, dedicated service, committed service to this nation of Antigua and Barbuda. I'll give a joke about Sir Malvin, because not all this seriousness you see sometimes. When we came to office in 2014, and Prime Minister Brown offered Minister Joseph the Ministry of Health, we almost had World War III break out in the party. Sir Malvin had none of it. Prime Minister, am I talking out of school terms here? So Malvin would not have any of it because he had a fixation on ministries like health, finance, or tourism. But little did he know the Prime Minister's vision was one which would catapult him into a moment of national recognition. While he served Sir Malvin as Finance Minister and Health Minister, and tourism, your departure from active or participative elective politics will be remembered most for the period he served as Minister of Health in this country. Those in the gallery and those of us here in the Hall of the Parliament are thankful because it was the interventions and the management of the COVID period that caused us all to stand here today, or sit here today. The whole question of the expansion of services at Mount St. John, not only expansion of services, if we go back to Mount St. John under the UPP, again, not to politicize it, but truth is truth and has no substitute. The health services in this country were falling apart. It was your management of Mount St. John and then the eventual expansion of service to include renal services and the like that gave Antigua and Barbuda hope that our health services can and will one day be what we all wanted to be. The revolution you brought to EMS is also another chapter, glorious chapter of this country's history and of your service in the area of healthcare. I want to declare for the record that history will be kind to you, Sir Malvin, for your services to Antigua Barbuda and to our people. As you leave elected politics, I want to say and wish that this new chapter on which you embark will bring you much joy, relaxation, which you so richly deserve. I heard the Prime Minister with his plans for you. I will not get involved in that. I will simply leave that to the Prime Minister to work out. I know that you do not quite look your age. You do not act your age. You have much more to offer this country. And if you notice this organization, the Attorney General made reference earlier when he spoke about the old guard and the change of guard. Sir Robin was here, Sir Lester was here, Sir Maureen is leaving. But in the same context, you look and you see a party with the people's interest at heart, grooming younger members, younger leaders. So I can declare, without fear of contradiction, that this great institution, the Antigua and Barbuda Party, which has done so much for this country over the years, will continue to do so, because there's succession planning, future planning, and we ain't going nowhere except to work in the interest of the people of Antigua and Barbuda. We are entering a particular season, and so comparisons are important. Look across the aisle, and you'll see the difference. While we can turn to Hilroy Humphreys, Bernard Percival, and others who have served, the other side cannot call on any of those who served in these halls before. And so the people of Antigua and Barbuda need take note of those who are serious about people's development, country's development, as opposed to those who come only in showers of rain for elections. Building a country is not only about elections. As a matter of fact, it's more about what happens after elections than the elections. So Malwin, Randy, Tico, as I wind up this tribute, I place on record again an abiding appreciation and thanks for the service, commitment, loyalty, dedication that you've all provided to Antigua and Barbuda and to our national development. I thank you.
Recognize the honourable member for St. John's Rural North.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to first thank the chairman, the Honourable E.P. Chet Green, for the feature address. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, I want to offer my condolences to the family of the late Tico Lake. I met Tico in 2008 and served with him in 2014 in the cabinet of Antigua and Barbuda. I found Tico to be very affable, dedicated, and a loyal individual. And of course, we'll miss his warm smile and his friendly his friendly demeanor. I want to take the opportunity to offer condolences to his family and close friends, and I pray that he will rest in peace. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate the Honorable Randy Baltimore. But I also want to congratulate his campaign team and his branch. They have performed as a model for all of us going into this campaign. So we have to thank them for the overwhelming support which he received. And all of us were really, really pleased. Some of us may even say it caused the Prime Minister's finger to slip and pull a trigger. That's the shock and awe of the result, I think. But I think it is my opinion that this shows the love and support which he has from the communities within his constituency. And that is the bedrock of a real politician. So congratulations again for that support. So having said that, I want to join my colleagues in welcoming you here. And I wouldn't say you have big shoes to follow. I'd say you have some old shoes to follow. And I want to wish you all the best. And I look forward to seeing you, even if it is on television, in this lower house for many, many elections to come. Now, Mr. Speaker, Sir Malwin Joseph. I met Sir Malwin, well, I used to watch him on the platform at the Union Hall, speaking in the early days. And I remember standing there watching him speak. And a gentleman was standing next to me and said, I just love how that man presents himself. And I want to say he hasn't changed. If anything, he has improved in how he's presented himself. So Sir Malwin, everything has been said in terms of the type of service and commitment into each and every one of the ministries that you worked in. And I think, so that has been said, and I want to join everybody in recognizing and thanking you, and thanking your family for the sacrifices that they have made over the years for you to have been dedicating yourself, not just your constituents, but to your country. Even in opposition, I remember Sir Malwin was one of the biggest fighters for this country. He fought with fire and steel. And so, Sir Malwin, as was said, and this will I think, remain with me forever, whenever I think about politics, the way that you managed in such a calming manner the various times in the cabinet when we would have had heated debates. You brought your wisdom and your calming nature to bear, to quiet it down, bring everybody together, and let us see the way forward. So thank you again, Sir Malwin, for that. Now, Sir Malwin, finally, I couldn't end without the fact that you still, and I believe you will maintain that record, as the best dressed politician in the country. I don't think anybody will be able to match that record. And all I want to say is I wait with anticipation and bated breath for your promised book. And I know you've said you started it, and I want to be the first to get a signed copy from you, even if I have to pay for it. So, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for St. John's City East.
Mr. Speaker, I too rise to pay tribute to the three gentlemen who are before this Parliament for consideration this morning. Let me start by first of all welcoming the newest member of the House, my friend and colleague, the Honourable Randy Baltimore. Mr. Speaker, I would like to echo the sentiments already expressed that Randy and his team over the past few weeks have demonstrated the type of shock and awe and organization that one would be the envy of any other constituency. I've had the opportunity to visit, in part, on the occasion where he had public gatherings, town hall meetings, and the type of organization and support that he was able to coalesce from within the respective communities was nothing short of being awesome. So Randy, I think you have set the stage for what future campaigns should look like. I want to say to Randy as well that there is a feature inside the Antigua-Barbuda Labour Party. It has been hinted at that we sometimes take for granted, but it is very important. And that is a kind of transitioning that takes place, the type of coaching, the type of transfer of skills and competencies. It takes place almost seamlessly. And so I want to encourage you to look forward to that type of engagement that you will have from the other senior members of the Antigua-Barbuda Labour Party, the Antigua-Barbuda Labour Party cadre of parliamentarians, and certainly within the cabinet when your time will come, to be able to learn and to see how this process works. I have had the benefit of it, and I commend it to you as well. So once again, congratulations, and may you have long and fruitful service to your constituency and to the country of Antigua-Barbuda. Mr. Speaker, I want to pay a short tribute to my big brother, the late Eustace Tico Lake. As MP Green would have said, Tico and both Minister Green and myself, MP Green and myself, about hours apart in the effect of birth in 1964. And so, euphemistically, Chet and I often refer to Tico as our big brother, only by a few hours, but he's our big brother. And because I preceded Chet as well by a few hours, I am considered the bigger brother of him. So I call him Smalls and he calls me Twin. But for Tico, I have known him since I was a boy growing up in St. Johnson's Village. His mom happened to live in a parallel street below the street where I grew up. And oftentimes when he would come to visit his mom and his other siblings, we would engage in boyhood exchanges, playing marbles, football, cricket, and kushu, yes. And so we were quite familiar from those early years. He would have preceded me as a member of parliament. But the one thing that I noticed about Tico is that, and it has been hinted before, I can't ever remember seeing him being frazzled or getting upset. He had a particular type of jocular humor where he would walk up and down the paces of cabinet, and if there was a disagreement, he would often tease you that he might do some bodily harm to you. But it was always in the jest, and he had a way of getting along with people. I know from management sciences that there are certain social styles that the science really speaks to. And if you were to look deep enough, you would recognize that the social style that best fits Tico is one where he's considered an amiable. An amiable style refers to a personality type that is especially focused on relationships, harmony, and cooperation. People with this style are typically warm, supportive, and easy to get along with. So, in a sentence, that really typifies the person that Tico Lake is. I recall that when he had the first crisis with his health, I was traveling at that time, and again, it's almost as if history is teaching us a lesson here, because one of the first persons who was at Tico's side was Sir Malwin Joseph. And when I got back to Antigua and I got to the hospital, Sir Malwin was there waiting hand and feet on Tico as if he was his own personal nurse. So Tico is not with us anymore, but the legacy of friendships, the legacy of support, the legacy of harmony, and I had an opportunity to pay tribute to him on the basketball court in the Golden Grove area several weeks ago, organized by the current MP, MP Darrell Matthew. And I heard some testimonies from some young people, particularly a young man who said that had it not been for Tico, he would not be the young man that he is today. And I think in a sentence, that really captures the type of person. He's a quiet achiever. He did what he had to do in support of the constituents, the party, and the country. So may his memory and his legacy live for a very long time. I want to take a moment or two as well to pay tribute to Sir Malwin Joseph. I would start by saying that the type of sartorial elegance that Sir Malwin has always presented himself, was one of the first things that drew you to the gentleman. So even if you were an opponent, the first time you had the presence, the benefit of Sir Malwin's presence, you would be drawn to that, and he will command your attention. But I had the opportunity when I came into the fold of the Antigua Labour Party to participate in some public meetings where Sir Malwin Joseph carried the mantle when we were prosecuting the case with the Chinese plants. And I found that he was very clear, very focused, and he would not tire. And in those early years, I was told that I should pay attention to this process, and I followed. And so Malwin, I was thankful for giving me my early legs, my early sea legs in the firmament of the Antigua Labour Party. But more than that, I would also pay tribute to Sir Malwin's style of presentation. When I came here, I can recall my first budget presentation in 2014. And I was as nervous as a leaf in a thunderstorm, trembling like crazy while I was doing my presentation. And it occurred to me that I had to learn from one of the experts. I quickly called ABS and asked Mr. Parker to get me a copy of the tape of Sir Malwin's presentation. And I'll tell this tale now I spent a few hours into the midnight hours reviewing the tape of Sir Malwin, trying to understand how he could speak with such deliberate cadence, that meter that he had in his voice, and it's something that I've admired and in part have adopted. I can't perfect it, Sir Malwin, because it's all yours. But I have to say that that is one of the hallmarks that I have learned from Sir Malwin. But if that is as far as parliamentary ability to command attention in the parliament and to present your arguments so that you get heard, seeing him in cabinet was a different issue altogether, because Sir Malwin had a way of utilizing the timing to know when to ask for resources. And I say this to Sir Randy. Cabinet is a contentious, when I say contentious, the way you have to contend for resources. There's never resources that's abundant enough so that everybody gets exactly what they want. And Sir Malwin had a skill and an ability to know when to time and to make that request and to get a way to advance. So I learned from him. I learned from Sir Robin. I learned from Sir Stedroy. So both the 3 nights have taught me a lot in terms of what we need to do at the cabinet level to be able to get the resources that you need to complete your ministerial task and oftentimes to get the resources for your constituency. So, Sir Malwin, you're not anymore. You have imparted. You will not be there in that capacity, but you have imparted that approach. One final thing I would say about Sir Malwin. We see sometimes ministers as probably larger than life, but we sometimes don't get a chance to see their humanity. I will share with you 2 brief stories. Several years ago, Sir Malwin came to my office and we were to sit to discuss a program for health to be run on ABS television. And just before that meeting, or the day before, a few hours before, we had an unfortunate incident where a young lady got burnt badly, and the facilities were not available at Mount St. John Celeste Bird Medical Center that it had later become to be known. I'm speaking of no other than Shavisa Gaspard. And Sir Malwin sat in the conference room where we were supposed to have that meeting, and he was in turmoil, because while he did come to discuss something for his ministry, he could not overlook the fact that this young lady needed a special intervention. I would have sat through it all, and I've seen he would have used every method possible to be able to get Miss Gaspard over to, it was Martinique or Guadeloupe, Sir Malwin? Guadeloupe, to the burn center in Guadeloupe. And when they required funding, before they could even touch the case, it was not possible for the funds to be made available in a normal routine that we would go through the Treasury. Sir Malwin did not relent, and he made sure that he called several business persons and was able to lay on them and impress upon them how important it was to save this young lady's life. And that businessman, who will remain unmentioned at this stage, but you know who he is, made available his open credit card to facilitate on credit for the government the restoration of health for Shavisa Gaspard. I believe that Shavisa would have recovered as best as medical science would make available, and she is now in a position where she has become an important member of society and is making, and she's a graduate of the University of the West Indies and is making her own contribution today. And that is as a result of Sir Malwin's intervention. I had a personal moment, and in the gallery I see my brother-in-law, Mr. Dane Blinds Richards. I had the unfortunate loss of one of my sisters last year. If a tear should come, it is as a result of the memories that I had at that moment. When I appealed to Sir Malwin for some support for my sister, and he made it his business to speak to the people in Colombia, and when he was satisfied that nothing more could have been done for my sister, he pulled me outside of the cabinet and he told me in humble terms. But it was not just that. It was the fact that the family itself was in a position, we kept holding on to faith that some miracle would have happened. And when I called back Sir Malwin as well, and the lady from Medical Benefit Scheme and indicated that my sister did need to come home. He consented to assist that process, even though medically no better could have been done for her. When she got home, Sir Malwin was ringing my phone. He called me, he prayed with me, and when I told him that my sister was thankful to spend the last few hours of her life with her family, he said that is what he really wanted to happen more than anything else. And so I want to say, in all of this, with all of the power and might that we think that attends to parliamentarians, there is a certain humanity that attends us, and I've seen Sir Malwin's humanity in those circumstances. So in as much as the AG has spoken about his greatness, there is also that humility. And Sir Malwin, I will retain those memories as well. So thank you for your service, and thank you for paying attention. Mr. Speaker, if it so pleases you.
I recognize the honourable member for St. John's Rural East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me first start by extending my profound condolences to the family and friends of the late Eustace Tico Lake. Unlike those who would have spoken before me, I did not have the opportunity to serve with Tico. However, I did know him as a friend. And I was first introduced to him by a mutual friend of ours, a very handsome gentleman I was dating back in 2010. Yes. It'll be 16 years in April, by the way, but yes. And Tico, I remember a very warm demeanor, a very warm smile. He greeted me, and I was introduced to him, and he was just so down to earth. And I think that is something that many people were touched by. He was very well put together, too, whenever you would have seen him. He liked to dress, if I remember correctly. But there was something warm about Tico. Just his smile. He didn't have to say anything much to you, but you could see the smile from a distance, and it was in the eyes, too. He had that connection with people. He had that genuine love for people, and I think that's what helped to propel him into this honorable house. And I think that is something that a lot of us have to emulate, especially in times where it's so difficult and when things are so contentious and things can probably get out of hand with being upset and whatever it is. It's important that we emulate that sort of behavior to show warmth rather than wrath. And I think that Tico made a lasting memory on many of us through his warmth. And again, you would have heard of his greatness in terms of how he would have represented his people in the constituency of Rural South, and his efforts as a minister of government. So I say once again, farewell. Thank you for your service, Eustace Tico Lake, and condolences to his friends and family on behalf of myself and the people of St. John's Rural East. Secondly, I would like to welcome our newest member of the House, Honorable Randy Baltimore, member for St. Philip's North. A warm welcome to you, my friend. Mr. Speaker, oh boy, I've not seen anything like it in St. Philip's North or anywhere else. The kind of camaraderie, it's a family up there. They work together. They are a well-oiled machine. I cannot believe how well they mesh, they gel. I don't know if they had differences. I didn't see it at all, if there are any fallouts or so. But I think all of that comes from good leadership. And the fact that Sir Robin spent so much time with his people, and Randy was there with him for quite some time as well, too. He has now carried that baton. The baton has been passed, and the mantle is now carried very well by our newest member, Randy Baltimore. I honestly look forward to serving with Randy because I'm very sure that, whenever the bell rings and there's opportunity for us again to be in cabinet, that I'm sure Randy will have a lot to offer, because even before his election, Randy was always communicating about issues in the constituency. He was always ready and willing to make a difference. He was always there. He shows up. He comes to the office. He goes to his people. He calls. And I think that is something that is so genuine in him, in actually wanting to see a difference for his people. And I have no doubt that that genuineness is going to spill over into his ministry, whatever portfolio he holds henceforth. Right? So congratulations again, Honourable Member. And it's a wonderful feeling to have you here. Now, Mr. Speaker, now I don't like to say best, right? But I will save in my heart the best for last. And I say that with a very deep feeling of I don't know, a bittersweet feeling, I would put it as such. Every friend group, every group of people, every family or so has a father figure, or should have a father figure. And that was Sir Malwyn, in my eyes, for us, in the cabinet especially. Sir Malwyn is the voice of wisdom and reason. He would sit quietly, he would listen, he would process, he would do a little research, and he comes in at the end, and he gathers what everybody has to say, he sums it up, and he puts it on the table, and he palletizes it in a way that is beneficial for everyone. A master in the craft of bringing people together, a master in listening, which is so important in today's society as well. A lot of us don't listen. A lot of us just like to talk, like to hear ourselves, and so, yeah. We know, we have friends like that, we see it all the time. But there's an art to when one can truly listen and truly understand what people are saying, and then make a difference in their contribution when it's their time to speak. We saw it here with his deliveries in Parliament during debate. Our former Speaker, Sir Gerald Watt, used to say, if you don't have anything new to add to the debate, why are you standing up and taking so long talking? He was right. But Sir Malwyn always had new information. He did the research. He would present it properly in a way everyone could understand. That is art. That is art. And I honestly will miss that. Because even before I got the opportunity to serve with Sir Malwyn, I was made to sit down and listen to him on the radio by my parents. What was it, Beneath the Surface? What was the name of the show? Fire and Steel, sorry, Fire and Steel. Fire and Steel. Yeah, man, I had to listen to that all the time. I had to watch him in Parliament as well with Sir QT and others. And I would be so awed by his presentations. Oh, don't talk about on the platform. On the platform, he was a master as well, a star. Missed out nothing, covered everything, and you got the message when he was done. And I think that is something that, you know, not many of us have, but would love to emulate and would strive towards. Sir Malwyn, over the past several years that I have gotten the opportunity to serve with him in the cabinet, I saw a gentleman, a true gentleman, a person who was always concerned about how the message was brought across to individuals. An empath, he was empathetic. He cared about what people would think. That's so important. These things are things that we cannot put aside and just brush under the carpet. These are things we can learn from. These are things I'm learning from Sir Malwyn. And I think that his dedication, his loyalty throughout these years, especially as Minister with responsibility for health, it didn't show just in front of a camera. It was behind the closed doors where tough decisions had to be made. It showed. It showed in the late-night phone calls when he needed to get things done. It showed when he pushed and pushed so that things can go right, especially during very difficult times, COVID, one of those times. And he was always, always trying to bring better to the people of Antigua and Barbuda insofar as health is concerned. You heard it for yourselves. You heard about the kidney transplants, the extended services, no matter what anybody says. I mean, things may not be perfect. Things will never be perfect, but we strive for excellence. And Sir Malwin is proof of that, and proof that things can happen for our people here in Little Antigua and Barbuda. Sir Malwin, in his loyalty, not only to serve via his ministry, he was loyal, or still is, loyal to his people of St. Mary's North. And we saw that on countless occasions. He's asked for so many things for them, he's made sure so many things were done for them, and so forth. And he's always been loyal to the people around him, especially as well, too. His colleagues. You heard what the member for City East said. This loyalty was unwavering, no matter what, and it showed even at times when the ALP was down and out, he carried the torch. He was there fighting on the front lines for the party. He didn't run away. He didn't run away from his party, his people. He stood there. He stood up, he showed out, and he didn't back down. He was there, along with some very other distinguished members here, but it's his time, right? And of course, Sir Malwin, that loyalty, I want to thank you because you showed me that same loyalty. When certain detractors tried to, or said they were going to block me from my office one morning last year. And, you know, they had a big thing, and then they were saying there were a lot of words going around that they were going to block me from my office and have this protest outside. About 8 people showed up. Oh, well. But in anticipation of whatever was to come, you know who showed up on my doorstep at 8:30, well-dressed, outside the Ministry of Works? Sir Malwin. Sir Malwin. Loyalty. Sir Malwin. Anyway, I don't want to get too teary-eyed, but Sir Malwin, I want to thank you for everything. And you'll always be very, very dear to me. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for St. John's Rural South.
Thank you, and good morning again, Mr. Speaker. Having given my tribute to the late MP, Tico Lake, I will start, Mr. Speaker, by welcoming my colleague and friend, Randy Baltimore, the Honourable Randy Baltimore, to this Honourable House. And his election to Parliament, Mr. Speaker, shows what it is this party is all about. And the fact that, coincidentally, we are here celebrating the career of Sir Malwin, while at the same time welcoming young Randy Baltimore, I think I can call you young Randy Baltimore, to Parliament. It shows that the party has a clear plan of succession in this House and in Parliament. And I start by saying that, Mr. Speaker, because I benefited as a young parliamentarian when I got elected. I benefited from being in Parliament and in Cabinet with gentlemen like Sir Malwin. Sitting around a Cabinet table, sitting in the lunchroom, listening to some of the issues that we're facing now that we faced 30 years ago. Having the benefit of institutional knowledge does a lot to train, to educate young parliamentarians like myself, Minister Maria, Mr. Turner, and now Randy. I have the benefit and the privilege of, I believe, knowing Sir Malwin longer than most persons here. I've known him from Ebenezer and Jennings. And I remember the days when my father and Sir Marlon, who happened to own some property next to each other, would walk around and talk about the property had and what they wanted to do. And I remember Sir Marlon had this big Land Cruiser. I don't know if you still have it. The big Land Cruiser. And he would drive around in his boots, his cowboy boots, and his hat. And he was always a person who was so approachable, very knowledgeable, and a person who understood what it felt like to mingle among persons. And I've said to persons, I believe Sir Marlon is probably one of the most misunderstood persons in the politics of Antigua and Barbuda. He carries himself very immaculately dressed, always. I don't think I've ever seen Sir Marlon, even out on the field in Jennings, with his shirt not properly tucked into his pants, his jeans not properly ironed with the seam, and the shoes. Always clean, even when he's out in the field. And I believe when persons see him like that, they think he is a very aloof person who is not easily approached. But they could not be further from the truth. In the cabinet, Sir Marlon has always expressed and manifested in many ways, and we've heard some examples before, his love for persons. And that became even more clear during the COVID pandemic. I remember saying to Sir Marlon one morning on the phone that God doesn't do anything by accident. And I've heard stories that in 2014, the Ministry of Health might not have been his first choice as a ministry. But I said, Sir Marlon, you are here for a time like this. I cannot imagine who else could have navigated this country through the most difficult and uncertain times like that COVID crisis. And in fact, one night when the vaccination centers were being set up, I received a call about 10 o'clock in the night from Sir Marlon. They needed to get access to the Sir Novel Richards Academy to see whether or not it could be used as a vaccination center. And so I called the principal. We went, and the chief medical officer, some of the nurses, Sir Marlon, 10 o'clock in the night were there walking around the facilities to see if it was inadequate, if it was adequate. And we left and we went to the polyclinic down at Villa. And I was speaking to the then chief medical officer, Dr. Rhonda Seeley Thomas. And by this time, it might have been around 11 o'clock. And I said, how are you guys feeling? She said, we're tired. But Sir Marlon was walking around the building. And this was so impressive to me. Walking around the building saying, okay, we could set up a station here. And he starts putting the chair in the position. And he stepped back and he looked at the chair and he went and he adjusted it. So I said, Dr. Seeley, is he always like this? She said, Darrell, it's 11 o'clock at night, you should see him at 8 o'clock in the morning. This is how he is when he's tired. And he pays so much attention to detail because he wants things done right. He's often accused of micromanaging the ministry. And in his defense, he has always said, it's not that I want to micromanage, but I have to make sure that things are done in a particular way because ultimately, I am the one that is going to be responsible for it. He took the time, he was committed, and he was dedicated. But not only that, Mr. Speaker, and I won't be long, Sir Marlon was one of these persons who was totally committed to the Adventist Church and to churches in general. I remember he spearheaded a donation for the Cedar Hall Moravian Church in Jennings. He spearheaded the fencing of the cemetery for the Moravian Church. And all of us in the cabinet know when it's in gathering for the Seventh-day Adventists. Because he comes and he says, before you leave $100 for the in-gathering envelope. He was deeply committed to doing everything he could for the Seventh-day Adventist Church. In fact, I think he was my father's Sabbath school teacher for a while at Tyndale. So, Marlon, I have grown up seeing you around my family. I've seen the friendship you've had, particularly with my father. I've had the privilege of sitting around a cabinet table and listening to your experience. I know those of us on our side of the table, the younger ones, we're always a bit annoyed sometimes that the Prime Minister always seems to give you deference. Yes. They say Sir Marlon gets whatever he wants in the cabinet. But we understand that with the time you have served and the time you have committed to this country, there's a certain amount of respect that comes along with that. And so I don't expect you at all to disappear into retirement, Sir Malwin. I know that you're into your wine production. You've brought wine to us before in the cabinet. You're into your honey production because you have your bees. And you're always there to give advice whenever it's needed. So, Sir Malwin, on behalf of myself, my family, my constituency, and I dare say all of us here in Antigua and Barbuda who have had the benefit of your experience and your counsel, thank you for your years of service to this country, Sir Malwin.
I recognize the honourable member for St. Peter.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, and good morning to this honourable House. I will first like to offer my condolences to the family of the former Member of Parliament, Mr. Tico Lake. To lose a family member, Mr. Speaker, is never an easy thing, and I just pray for God's hand to be on the family, and I also pray for Mr. Lake's soul to rest in eternal peace. To my colleague here on my right, my friend, Mr. Baltimore, I want to say welcome to this honourable House and welcome to serving not only the people of your constituency, but the people of Antigua and Barbuda. I can remember Mr. Speaker going out and campaigning with Mr. Baltimore and his team. And he has a song that says, Randy, he's the best, better than all the rest. And Randy, and that song, up to now, the song till in my mind. Just from campaigning with him. And it was a pleasure being up there with your team, sir. Your wife, your family, of course, the artist who penned the song, the writer, right here, Abi Janti. I'm happy you're here, Mr. Speaker. I saw the work that he did, and when a community raise a young man and then send a young man to Parliament to represent them, Mr. Speaker, that says a lot. And I'm confident that he will be right back in this House at the end of the next general election. Mr. Speaker, a number of years ago, I was a part of a number of contractors on a project in St. John's. And we started working about 1 a.m. in the night. And I remember we were there, we were gathering, we were trying to figure out what to do. And in the corner of my eye, I saw a gentleman standing at the side. And I was saying, that can't be Sir Malwin. It's 1 o'clock. No minister of government. Nobody will be out this late. I don't believe it. And Mr. Speaker, as a minister of government and a member of Parliament, the honest truth is we like when our work is highlighted on television. We like when everybody is watching what we're doing so we can say to the people, we can prove to the people that we're working. But Mr. Speaker, it was 1 a.m. that night. And there was no cameras. Nobody was watching. And we were on that site from 1 a.m. until the sun rise, Mr. Speaker. We were dealing with the sewage system at the ministry's head office. And Mr. Speaker, Sir Malwin was out there with the team all through the night. And the whisper amongst the men who were working that night, Mr. Speaker, into the morning, not to diminish or to take away from any other minister, but everybody was saying, boy, if half the government minister then was dedicated as Sir Malwin, this country would be a better place. They were just saying that over and over and over. And I remember walking up to Sir Malwin. That was actually the very first time I ever met him. I shook his hand. And I said, Sir Malwin, what are you doing up here? What are you doing out here so late? He said, young man, because he didn't know me then. He said, young man, I have to make sure that things go right, so I'm going to be here. And he was not only there standing on the side, Mr. Speaker. He was assisting. He was giving guidance, he was giving direction. And before I even got to this honorable house to serve, Sir Malwin would have taught me years ago, back then, what it truly means to serve the people of this country. It doesn't matter if anyone is looking. Your job as an elected official is to serve. And he showed me back then, Mr. Speaker, what service really means. And I am happy to have been afforded the opportunity to serve in a cabinet with Sir Malwin. I remember my very first day, he said to me, sit back and observe. And he said something to me, Mr. Prime Minister. Watch the Prime Minister carefully. You can see when he really turns up and we get the result we really want. Something has to happen, but we get the result we really want. He whispered that to me and I was laughing. And as time goes by, Somali, I really see what you mean. What you meant. So, Somali, it was a pleasure to have met you that night and to have learned from you then, to serve in the cabinet now with you and to continue to learn. You're inspiration to the next generation who want to serve not only in this house, but in cabinet and to serve the people. You're an example for us to follow. Because when nobody was looking, when the camera was off, when everybody was fast asleep in their bed, you were out there working for the people of this country. And I want to say thank you for your service, sir.
I recognize the honourable member for St. Philip's North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning to this honourable House. Good morning to my good constituents of St. Philip's North. Mr. Speaker, you do allow me to pay tribute to those who came before me. Mr. Speaker, the political life of one person who shapes the community of their contribution to this honourable House must be recognized. And I must say, as a friend of former parliamentarian Brother Tico Lake, that his contribution to his constituency was invaluable. He's a man of dedication, perseverance, and a man who respects the people of his constituency. I've known Tico Lake for a very long time. His jovial manner is one of those characteristics that inspired me as well. Mr. Speaker, also to Sir Malwin Joseph. I can remember meeting Sir Malwin at a political rally in St. Mary's North, and I was backstage with Sir Robin Yearwood. And he said to me that time, Robin, we need to get this young man on the platform. And those words stuck with me. And from there on, I began to watch the demeanor and also in Parliament, the way how Sir Malwin delivered to this country and to the Parliament. Let me further say, Mr. Speaker, that his invaluable contribution to Antigua and Barbuda and for the dedicated service to the people of St. Mary's North, Sir Malwin, you have done a very good job. Mr. Speaker, let me turn to my constituents. Mr. Speaker, honorable members of this House, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, no weapon that is formed against thee shall prosper. Taken from Isaiah 54 and verse 17. Mr. Speaker, I'm a spiritual man. My mother, who taught us the values of going to church, reading the Bible, and be humble to everyone that you meet. I took those values with me into my campaign, and here I am today, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, those words of Scripture capture the spirit of this moment, and the journey has brought me here today. It is with humility, gratitude, and a deep sense of responsibility that I rise as the newly sworn-in member of Parliament for St. Philip's North. Succeeding the Honorable Sir Robin Yearwood, whose 50 years of unbroken service to this constituency deserve our deepest respect and appreciation. Today, I rise with profound gratitude to the people of Seaton's, Glansville, Carty's Hill, Zion Hill, Parsons Mall, Mercy's Creek, and my home village, Willikills. Not forgetting the good people, of Newfield. Mr. Speaker, the confidence they have placed in me on Monday, 16th March, 2026, the people of St. Philip's North spoke with clarity, conviction, and purpose, and I am honored by the mandate they have given me to serve. Mr. Speaker, this victory is not mine alone. It belongs to every volunteer, every supporter, every prayer lifted, and my campaign team, those who were on the ground and behind the scenes, who believed that St. Philip's North was ready for renewed energy, renewed public service, and stronger representation and real results. I extend sincere thanks to the Honorable Prime Minister, the Honorable Gaston Brown, to Sir Robin Yearwood, and to my colleagues in the Antigua and Barbuda Labour Party, all the constituencies who came out and support St. Philip's North in the by-election. I say thank you for your support, your guidance, and confidence throughout this journey. Mr. Speaker, from the moment I stepped forward, obstacles were placed in my path. There were efforts to distract, to discourage, and delay. But I say today, clearly and unapologetically, obstacles do not determine destiny. Purpose does. The road was not easy, but the people stood firm. Faith stood firm. And because the people stood firm, I stand here today. I did not come here by chance, and I did not come here by convenience. I came here by conviction, by service, and by the will of the people of St. Philip's North. 924 votes. The people of St. Philip's North have made their expectations clear. They want safer communities, better infrastructure, greater opportunities, and representation that is visible, accessible, and accountable. They want leadership that does not only appear at election time, but leadership that remains present, engaged, and effective. That is representation I intend to provide. Mr. Speaker, on the campaign trail, I heard the people. I heard them then. I hear them now. And I will continue to hear them tomorrow. Because leadership is not about being seen. It is about serving. And from coming from a custom officer who served the people, I will continue to serve St. Philip's North. Mr. Speaker, leadership is not about title. It's about responsibility. And leadership is not about promises alone. It's about delivery. The people of St. Philip's North spoke clearly. They put their trust in Randy Baltimore on March 16th to place him in this honorable house, to fight for them, to speak for them, and to show them the clear vision that we intend to take St. Philip's North. My focus, Mr. Speaker, remains clear: environmental stewardship, self-development and empowerment, and infrastructure and community safety. We will continue to build cleaner, healthier communities. We will continue creating opportunities for our young people. We will continue to break barriers and creating opportunities for all. Mr. Speaker, and to our families and our young people to grow and thrive in a cleaner and healthier environment. We will continue improving the quality of life across this constituency in visible, practical, and meaningful ways. And I am pleased to report that all villages in St. Philip's North have now received, but we are not stopping there, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to advocate for better roads, improved drainage, safer surroundings, stronger community development, and the resources necessary to uplift every corner of St. Philip's North. Mr. Speaker, the people did not send me here to warm a seat. They sent me here to work. They sent me here to represent their concerns, to champion their development, and to ensure that the voice of St. Philip's North is heard loudly. The voices of St. Philip's North will continue to be clear and consistently in this honorable house. St. Philip's North will continue to be safe and secure. Together with the support of this Parliament, the government, and most importantly, the people, we will continue building St. Philip's North that is safer, stronger, more prosperous, and secure. The work, I say, Mr. Speaker, not only begins, but the work continues. The mission is clear, and I am ready. May God bless the people of St. Philip's North. May God bless this honorable house. And may God bless Antigua and Barbuda. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for St. John's, Rural West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me start firstly by saying to the Honourable Randy Baltimore, member for St. Philip's North, newest addition to the House, welcome to the House of Representatives, and I congratulate you on your resounding victory. And just so you know, and I'm sure that you know this, you are here to serve your people. And so do your very best for the people who sent you to this honorable house. Congratulations. Mr. Speaker, I served with Tico Lake in the Senate for a period of time. And we had a cordial relationship. We were on opposite sides, but a cordial relationship. And he was the type of person, he was a very friendly person, a friend to all, very pleasant. And I just want to convey to his family my sincere condolences as they mourn his passing. And Mr. Speaker, what that tells me when I think of Tico and the fact that he has gone to the great beyond is that life is fleeting. And so we should all think of the years that God has given us and to do our very best to all mankind. And so I just want to again offer condolences to the family of the late Tico Lake. Now, Mr. Speaker, to Sir Malwin. Not going to be long. Sir Malwin, you have served this country for over about 38 years? 38? 38 years. And you must have done some good in 38 years. Nobody will be serving 38 years and being repeatedly sent to the House of Representatives if you're not doing good for your people. And so, as you retire, I want to wish you all of God's blessings. And to let you know that I enjoyed the little back and forth, the cut and thrust of the politics, and the times when you will come up to me as someone new to the politics and would share your advice. I appreciate that, Sir Malwin. And again, as you move on to other things in life, may God continue to grant you health and strength, and may He bless you with many more years to come. Now, Mr. Speaker, in closing, if beggars were horses, and we know the rest. If wishes were horses, beggars would ride. And I say that based on what the member for City South would have said. We have had our back and forth and so on. And I have said to him, it's the love. It's the love. And Mr. Speaker, I'm quite confident that I have done my best in the time that I was given to serve my people of St. John's Rural West. And Mr. Speaker, I stand here proud and can run on my record. And I am confident, Mr. Speaker, that when the gong goes and the votes are counted, that I will be back in the halls of Parliament. I'm confident of that. So, whatever is said, again, wishes or horses, beggars would ride. I'm one who prides myself in representing my people well. And I heard the member for St. Philip's North. He said, obstacles do not determine your destiny. Purpose does. And when I heard that, it moved something in me and I wrote it down. Obstacles do not determine your destiny. Purpose does. And I know there is purpose. And I am confident that the people of St. John's Rural West understand that purpose. And that come the elections, they will continue to repose their confidence in me because I have delivered. And they know that I have their best interest at heart. I am Rural West. To the bone. To the bone. In the past, things have been said, you know, and people write off Richard Lewis. But, Mr. Speaker, I stand strong. Strong, Mr. Speaker. And I have no doubt that the people of Rural West have already made up their minds that they're not changing course. They're staying sure with Richard Lewis. So, look, I'm telling you, you can say whatever you want to say. You can say whatever you want to say, right? The die has been cast. The die has been cast in St. John's Rural West. And so, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to seeing you when we get back in the House of Representatives. Yeah? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for St. Philip's South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, let me begin by giving my tribute to the honourable member for St. Mary's North. Mr. Minister, you have had a long run. You have served in several very important ministries, and you have rendered service to your country over a very long time. I think that deserves recognition of your efforts, recognition of your service. I listened to everyone this morning, and I became especially moved by the member of St. John's Rural East and the impact that you have had on her career. I want to tell you that when you would have finished your service, it is the impact that you have made on people is the only thing that means anything. I also want to recognize the service of the Honorable Tico Lake, Eustace Tico Lake. It is not without reason that everyone who spoke of him as being a friendly, affable person, because I find him to be the same way. He was not a person given to division or to divisiveness. He was a very calm, outgoing, and easygoing person. And when everyone can find you that way, I say to you, no one can find you any other way, because that's your nature. I recognize him for the service that he has made, the contribution he has made to the people of Antigua and Barbuda, and I think that his name will be enshrined among those of us who have given everything that we have. Now to the Honorable Randy Baltimore. We are in a democracy, and in democracy we have elections, and in elections is the winner is the only thing that matters. You fought the fight, you win. That deserves recognition. That deserves congratulations. I offer both to you. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, please.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, member for All Saints East and St. Luke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I spoke earlier in regards to paying tribute to the Honorable Tico Lake and also to welcome the member for St. Philip's North to this Honorable House. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm on my feet to speak to me what I personally would have experienced under Samorin. And I am not one to be hypocritical. Mr. Speaker, Samorin would have served this House for a very long time, 38 years, according to what I've heard. The members of the other side would have spoken glowingly about his record in cabinet. But, Mr. Speaker, from where I sit, I will speak of what I know and what I see. So, Mr. Speaker, and nobody can tell me to be gracious, because again, the cut and thrust of politics is of such, where you can't tear down one side and the other side don't respond. And Mr. Speaker, I came to this Honorable House in 2018. And my experience dealing with the business of the people is one of arrogance by Sir Malwin, one of victimization, one of disappointment, Mr. Speaker, because, Mr. Speaker, are you going to control the gallery? Because I want to give my tribute. When you say they were doing the same thing, are you going to give me cover?
For long.
Are you going to give me cover, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, I'm
You're
giving
a fair
you
person.
cover. Move along.
You're a fair person.
I'm giving you cover. Move. Didn't you see me stop the gavel a few minutes ago?
You know, Mr. Speaker.
Move on. No, I didn't stop the gavel for you to sit down. I'm simply saying, honorable member, move along.
But I can't hear if they're disturbing me.
You can't hear yourself?
Mrs.
Members of the gallery, let the honorable member speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't matter to me who on the other side talking about time and place, because I got up when I gave tribute to Sir Robin based on my experience. And Mr. Speaker, if we're to be honest, Sir Malwin's tenure wasn't filled with glorious representation. Sir Malwin's tenure, Mr. Speaker, we would have seen Sir Malwin Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, am I going to be okay? When they leave, I will present.
All right, hold. If the members of the gallery want to disperse, just hold. We will get back to you. Officers, could you please control the movement, please? Remember, you may continue.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't understand what people expect in this honorable House. Because people tend to think that they must control what I say when I say. No. I sat on this side when the member tried to humiliate and disrespect me as a human being in this honorable House. And this is not about disrespecting. This is about speaking the truth. Because the member is not without scandals. We still look at you still have the Rose White scandal that the member, and people seem to forget these things. People seem to forget these things. What we do, just come and speak how we choose to speak on certain matters, because what? I am not on that. I am on speaking frankly. And while I appreciate the contribution, it's not without faults. So what's wrong if I highlight the faults as a member of the opposition? Persons coming in here fluffing feathers and preparing for an election and let it seem as if it was all good. Millions of dollars were spent on the public cemetery under the member. The hospital is in dire need under the member. It's not that it's all good and we come here and speak all good and I'm going to be hypocritical with it, like and praise he did so well. I welcome his contribution because we are all here to serve. And if it is that in many cases he tried to degrade and berate and victimize, because I experience it, I should come here and stand up and speak glowingly about a person who go at every depth to destroy. This is me being personal. This is me being real. This is what I met here in 2018. I can't come here and speak in a manner in which some persons can speak because I never had that experience. I can only speak to my experience. So I don't understand what is the big hurrah about. When they disrespected me several times, members on the other side, this is not being disrespectful, this is being honest. We walk into this honorable House, they would have said the meanest of things about the members on this side. Mr. Speaker,
officers, could you please control the entrances and exit? If people want to come back in, they have to come in some sort of decent order.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to posit here that while we thank Sir Malwin for his tenure, I don't think his tenure was tainted with all the great things that I'm hearing. And in life, we must be honest. We appreciate what he would have contributed to nation building. But at the same time, it's not without blemish. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Barbuda.
Mr. Speaker, this has been a very interesting day, I must say. And as a senior member of this honorable House, it is quite a day that probably will go down in history in a particular way. And some of it, Mr. Speaker, I think will stay in our minds for a very long time. Well, let me just start, Mr. Speaker, by congratulating the member for St. Philip's North, Mr. Randy Baltimore, for overcoming the election, or winning the election in that by-election in St. Philip South North, and to make it to this honorable house. My advice to you is that, I've said it to the last sitting that I was here, that politics is not for the faint-hearted. And if you're going to last in politics, and if you're going to achieve anything in politics, especially create a good legacy, you must understand that there are going to be times when, like many of us, I can speak for myself, you go home and you can't even eat. You have to wind down. You can't eat. You just physically cannot eat. And you have to realize at that point in time that it should never be personal. Once you accept that, then you'll realize that your service to the people of St. Philip's North would always be paramount. Because as long as you start to feel anything personal, it's going to overshadow your performance in this house. Always remember that. And so I wish you well. I hope that your tenure in this honorable house is one that is successful, especially for the people who sent you here, because your first priority is your constituents, the people who actually placed their trust in you, and the persons who actually rallied with you. Like me in Barbuda, I have a love affair with my people. So at the end of the day, you know, in politics, I'm the reverse. In politics, people number of votes decrease over time. People start saying, let me give you less votes. You have less people supporting you. But for me, it increases over time. From 1 vote to 170 votes, all right, over the span of 3 elections. At this time, it's going to be over 250 votes. But anyway, I just wanted to say to you, I wish you well. And I know you for a very long time, and I think that you would be a very good parliamentarian. Secondly, I'm the only member of this house, on this side, that have served with the Honorable Tico Lake in the Law House, in this house. And I want to say, remembering the Honorable Member, I have to concur with everything that was said, and I'm not going to go over them. Because a pleasant person, it's not easy to find a pleasant person in politics. You develop that over time. And so, you know, coming to the house in 2009 with him after he won the seat and saw how he carried himself, always very pleasant, even to me as a member of the government at the time, he'd been in the opposition. He always expressed a sort of appreciation for all members of this honorable house. And so I remember him as a person who, in my mind, Mr. Speaker, should be emulated for that. I remember in this honorable house between 2009 and 2014, I've never seen him angry. I've never, ever seen the honorable member Tico Lake angry. And you know how this house is, Mr. Speaker. All right? So those are not small attributes. And I think we ought to remember him for those things. And so, to his family, my condolences, and I hope that, you know, God will continue to comfort them, and may his soul rest in perpetual peace. To the member for St. Mary's North, much has been said about the member for St. Mary's North. I've served with him again, the longest on this side in this honorable house. And
could I just interrupt you for 2 seconds? You can keep standing, it's okay. The driver of A70035, could you please remove your vehicle? Thank you. Honorable member, continue, please.
I remember the member for St. Mary's North, just a little outside of my political career. Been in this politics for
going on 25 years. And I remember when he was Minister of Tourism, he traveled to Barbuda several times and visited the K Club, where I worked as an assistant financial controller for many years. I also remember, and those are the times, Mr. Speaker, we had issues with the hotel itself paying the Barbuda Council's money and so on, you know. He was the Minister of Tourism, and we engaged him several times. You were also the Minister of Finance, and we also engaged, at that time, I think I was actually elected to the council, the member, again, several times for funding for Barbuda. But, Mr. Speaker, when you're in this house for a long time, one must recognize the cut and thrust of debates. And it gets to a point sometimes where you feel humiliated at times, and you also feel hurt, because we're humans. But when you look at the attributes of individuals in this house, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that the member for St. Mary's North is one of the long-standing members in this house whose debating skills, Mr. Speaker, is among the best. Now, Mr. Speaker, having served for so long, especially in this honorable house, one has to accept and acknowledge that some sort of contribution has been made. One also has to accept that being sent back to this house time and time again was done for a reason. And so, member for St. Mary's North, I want to stand here and say to you that the people of St. Mary's North must have sent you back here because they thought that you were doing the job worth sending back here. All right? And I want to say to you on your retirement from this house that I wish you well. And I want to say here too that our time will come individually. Some of us will be pushed off the stage, and some of us will voluntarily get off the stage. But one thing is certain, we will be off the stage one of these days. Yep. Some of us don't know how. And I'm saying all this to say that when my time comes, obviously I'll be back, but when my time comes, Mr. Speaker, I'm actually ready for 21 days, you know, so yeah. Bring it up, man. Bring 21 days. I don't want 90 days. 21 days is enough for me. Right. When my time comes, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the opposing spirit that I've had in this house for a long time, I hope that my legacy in this house, Mr. Speaker, will be one that exhibited the fact that I could get along with people, I could oppose people vehemently, that I can say things in this honorable house, and when I get outside, Mr. Speaker, I'm still man enough to confront and speak to any member on any issue that is relevant to the people of Antigua and Barbuda. Simple. And yes, we're politicians, and yes, we're going to have situations where certain things will be prioritized that we're not comfortable with. But the reality is, Mr. Speaker, I've always said to my colleagues in Barbuda, politics is not for people who can take blows. Well, I've taken enough blows, actually. I probably get the most blows in here. All right? You have to be able to take your blows. And blows will come. Because that's just how it is. And you realize the politics today, how it's evolving in that sphere, in that direction. And so my appeal is that we have to raise the level of our politics. No, we have to understand on both sides that there should be a decorum that we adopt and a level of respect that we all carry among ourselves and exhibit in this honorable house.
Start over.
And so, Mr. Speaker, when we get outside and we get on our radio programs and we get on the ground, that's another thing. That's another thing. But I should not ever come to this house, Mr. Speaker, and feel so upset and feel so mad that I can't go to the Memphis City West with my little thing and say, Mr. City West, we need this thing here, man. I'm speaking for myself. Right? So, Mr. Speaker, I want to just, again, I know for sure after this sitting, some of us won't be back. All right? Won't be back. All right? And, well, that's true. That's true. Not us. Not us. Because I'm not even sure of who's running against me in Barbados. Who's that? What's the name of the guy running against me again? Beezer. What's his first name? Oh. Oh, Beezer. Oh, some Beezer. Okay, fine. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that my political career started in this honorable house with a statistical tie the first time I ran for the MP position in Barbados. Statistical tie. When those votes were counted, we were both tied. I said, wow, I had two choices, Mr. Speaker. One was to ask for a recount, or two, to go back for a runoff. And I evaluated those two options. I said, if I ask for a recount, it's a possibility that the ballot was stuck beside Arthur Nibs and he'll get the one vote. And I'll lose by one. I said, I ain't chancing that. I said, let me put back on my boots and let me go back on the road and fight to win that seat. We went back for a runoff on the 20th of April, 2004, Mr. Speaker. And I got 14 votes more than Arthur Nibs. Came back in this on 21st April.
No, but it's the 20th, no, 21st this year.
Oh, it's my anniversary, actually. That's a good thing.
So 1 day after.
1 day after. And so, Mr. Speaker, I won that election by 14 votes. In 2009, Mr. Speaker, we went back for a general election. And when those votes were counted, Mr. Speaker, I was sweating like a... like an elephant. The first box, Mr. Speaker, the second box. As a matter of fact, there are 3 boxes. The first box, Mr. Speaker, I won the first box. The second box, I lost it. The third box, I lost, Mr. Speaker. But when the votes were counted, I was ahead by 1 vote. I came into this honorable house in 2009 by 1 vote. I lost 10 votes. In 2014, Mr. Speaker, election again. I was sweating even more. And Mr. Speaker, I lost that election by 1 vote in 2014. So when I speak in this honorable house, I want people to understand the gravitas of me and why I speak like this. Because when people playing around with votes, I don't. You lose by 5, 6, 8, 2 votes, and it doesn't matter. Politics is a numbers game. You got to embrace people.
Yes.
You got to let people understand they're important. Nobody, Mr. Speaker, should be disposed unless it is something that is so toxic that the party cannot contain. I know that. So when I'm looking for votes, Mr. Speaker, I know that I have to make sure I embrace people and let them understand that their vote is just as important as anybody else. So, Mr. Speaker, we move on in 2023. Well, I start sailing so high, I don't even see the ground anymore. 4 boxes, Mr. Speaker. We came over here to vote after the hurricane, and I won all 4 boxes, 100 and something votes. 2018, sorry. 2023 is even better. I sailed so high, I felt like I was in a spaceship or something, Mr. Speaker. Higher than that. And this time, Mr. Speaker, I was watching the Memphis City, St. Philip North. And I said to myself, boy, he did something that Sir Robin never did. Sir Robin won that seat all the times, Mr. Speaker, by a large margin. But he never won it 2-1. Never, in 50 years, he has never won that seat 2-1. Three? Okay, that's a one time. That's correct, that is correct. And so, Mr. Speaker, I said to myself, boy, I'm going to set that little ball, my ball a little higher. Because I say, if he can do it, I can do it too. And I'm not going to say anymore, Mr. Speaker. Not going to say anymore. I'm not going to say anymore. So, Mr. Speaker, again, Mr. Speaker, I want to say here in closing that it was a pleasure serving with the members of this Honorable House, because the member for City West indicated to us that this will be a last sitting.
21 years.
Right? So I'm going to say farewell to those who are not coming back. Starting with someone. Starting with someone. Respectfully. Respectfully. So Marlon, I wish you well. And I hope that your counsel will continue, especially in nation building. All right? For the others who won't be back because you'll be pushed off the stage, I also wish you well. And I expect that this side will have more occupied seats than we have at this time. And some is,
Over that side.
Oh, that's good. Mr. Speaker, that is good. That is good. All right. And so, Mr. Speaker, I call, Mr. Speaker, finally, because this is my final speech, on the people of Antigua and Barbuda to make that somber choice and decision when the time comes. To look at our country and what is best for it and ensure Mr. Speaker, that they put the interests of this country first. And Mr. Speaker, I can't see no other interest except to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that the United Progressive Party will return to government. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, thank you very much. Sir Marley, before you respond, it would be remiss of me as the Speaker if I did not join with the commendations. I already welcome the Honourable Member for St. Philip's North. I want to express my sympathies to the family of the late Honourable Eustace Tico Lake. I first met Mr. Lake when he returned here from the United States. I remember our opposition office was at the corner of Market and South Street. We would meet there at night, and there was my first encounter with the Honorable Tico Lake. And most of what has been said in here about the Honorable Member, very true, very approachable. I also served with him for a short time in the Senate. The Honorable Tico Lake never seemed to be angry. I remember one night I was going home very late. As an old man in Old Road would say nowadays, it was plenty minutes past midnight. And when I drove through streets where Tico lived in an apartment, through my peripheral vision, I saw somebody standing at the side of the road, dressed in nothing but a boxer shorts, a telephone in one hand and a cigarette in the other. I reversed, I came out of my car, and I started to give Tico a tongue lashing as to why he was out there that hour of the morning, dew falling like rain, dressed like that. And I really expected a harsh response. And he simply smiled and said, "Comrade, me all right. Comrade, me all right. Inside the house just hot." So I drove on. And so that was the person Tico was. It's sad that he has left us. I pray for his family, and may his soul rest in peace. I come to the Honorable Sir Malwin, an honorable member for St. John's Rural East. You almost had me tearing up, and I just hope that I can hold up right now. Because the Honorable Sir Malwin Joseph and I go way back, way back. It was this gentleman who put me on a political platform for the very first time. It was the election campaign of 1994. And we were supposed to have a meeting in Browns Avenue. And everybody was involved in their campaign, so I showed up there that night. I remember it was myself, my dad was with me, my then wife, and nobody else showed up. And so Malwin had everything prepared, the stage, and he was so disappointed that he decided, the crowd was there, that he was going to cancel the meeting. And I said, no way. I'll go up and talk for half an hour, then you can speak after, and we close the meeting. And I was speaking for about 45 minutes. The honorable gentleman came on and spoke for over an hour, and we had our political meeting. And Sir Malwin, I can never, ever thank you enough for giving me that opportunity. Let's fast forward to the general election of 2014. Sir Malwin had been shadowing the tourism ministry for 10 years while the Labour Party was in opposition. And so he felt that at that time that he would have become tourism minister. So he called me right after the election and gave me a message from the Prime Minister. Never forget that. And I gave him my response, and I won't get into the details of that because God's timing is always right, even when it's 4 days late. Even if I had to wait 10 years, thank you, Jesus. And so I gave him a response, but there was something happening within the government at that time, or the newly formed government, that somebody has got the tourism portfolio, and Sir Malwin didn't take it very lightly, neither did his constituents. They were planning to go and picket the Prime Minister. And I said to the honorable gentleman, I said, you're a man of the word. You're a Bible man, and I heard the Honorable Darrell Matthew mentioned it. I said, let's go to Esther 4:14. And I said to him, and who know whether you have not come to the kingdom for such a time as this? And over the last many years, I've repeated that statement over and over to Sir Malwin. He accepted the Ministry of Health, and Sir Malwin, regardless as to what anybody else might say today, you came to the kingdom for such a time as this. I remember during the COVID pandemic, I happened to be at Halberton, and they were building or refitting a building to be used. And I saw Sir Malwin drive up and come out of his car. So I went over to him. And 95% of the workers on that site were sitting down on their laurels. And I've never seen Sir Malwin got so mad. As a matter of fact, I was scared. Because he walked over to them, and in his anger, I really thought he was going to pick up a 2x4 and start beating people. How can you be here sitting down when people are dying? He was really upset. And I'll never forget that. During my 7 years as chairman of the Board of Medical Benefit, we worked so closely together. I mean, I was always in his face. Even when I left medical benefit, I can walk into Sir Malwin's office at any time. He was always very welcoming. Sir Malwin, if I had $1 for every time I came to your office, I wouldn't be here today. I would be on some beach drinking pina colada out of a coconut. And I can guarantee you it won't be Carlisle Beach either. It's too close. It may be Bora Bora or someplace. But he's always so welcoming to me and anybody that I would bring to see him. And so I just want to wish you all the best, Sir Malwin. All the very best. I hear the Prime Minister say you're not retiring. Retiring is when you go up to Automotive Arts and buy 4 new ones, and you look like you have on 4 good ones right there, so you ain't going anywhere. But I want to wish you all the best. Paul, speaking to his charge, Timothy in 2 Timothy 4, 7 and 8, and Paul said, I have. But I just want to change the pronoun and say to you, Sir Malwin, you have fought a good fight. You have finished your course. You have kept the faith. Henceforth there is laid up for you a crown of righteousness, which the Lord, the righteous judge, shall give you at that day, and not to you only, but to all them also who love his appearing. And since I love his appearing, I hope to receive that crown of righteousness along with you, Sir Malwin. Nothing comes from nothing. I repeated it at Sir Robin's farewell. My favorite movie, The Sound of Music. The time I think about that movie, it reminds me of my dad. Nothing comes from nothing. Nothing ever could. So somewhere in your youth or childhood, Sir Malwin, you must have done something good. And the Honorable Trevor Walker said it. For people to re-elect you over and over again, you must have done something good. I started with scripture, so let me end with scripture. Luke 2:29. Simeon said, Lord, now lettest thou thy servant depart in peace, according to thy word. Simeon's departure, what he was asking for is death. I'm not asking that for you. Depart into your new life, into your new environment, in peace, according to the word of God. I wish you nothing but the best. I'm going to have to come to you and talk about restoration of Memorial Oxford. Right? Yeah, that's a big plan. Was supposed to be this year, but what happened in Cuba might have to delay. But all the best, Sir Malwin. God bless you. One more thing. Not so long ago, I called Sir Malwin asking his assistant in finding a job for a young man, cousin of mine. And Sir Malwin said to me, without even asking who he is, where he's from, Sir Malwin, at the time I thought you were trying to rush me off the phone. And he simply said, send him to me, send him to me. I told the young man, and he gave me a time, so I know he wasn't rushing me. I sent the young man, and came back, the young man said, I asked him what happened. He said, I got the job. He said, I walked in there, and he said, where are you from? And the young man said, originally from Old Road. Who are your family? And the young man said, the D'Souza's. And Sir Malwin said, you related? Yes, Tony is my uncle. And Sir Malwin said, show up at the Ministry of Solid Waste, Department of Solid Waste tomorrow morning. Sir Malwin and Tony might have gone to school together, played cricket together, but he remembered that. And just being a descendant of that person, Sir Malwin came through for this young man. Sir Malwin, that's the Sir Malwin I want to remember. God bless you. All the very best. I recognize the honourable member for St. Mary's North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Needless to say, I am overwhelmed. But beyond being overwhelmed, I want to express my deep appreciation, first of all, to the Almighty God for preserving my life. And you know, I also have to recognize my constituents of St. Mary's North and to assure them that plans are being put together for us to have a grand celebration of the success of St. Mary's North constituency, of remaining a part of the history of the Antigua Labour Party for all these years. You know, Mr. Speaker, many times people will look at you and think they know you. But throughout my career, I'm going to tell you something now, and I think you have a hint of it. I'm a deeply spiritual man. And there is a song that I learned from very early part of my life as an infant. I heard my mother and my father singing it. It goes like this. What a friend we have in Jesus. All our sins and griefs to bear. What a privilege to carry. Everything to God in prayer. Oh, what a peace we often forfeit. A peace we often forfeit. I will not forfeit my peace this morning. Oh, what needless pain will be. I will not bear any pain today. All because we do not carry everything to God in prayer. Have we trials and temptations? Is there trouble everywhere? We should never be discouraged. I won't be discouraged today. Take it to the Lord in prayer. Can we find a friend so faithful, who will all our sorrows bear? Jesus knows our every weakness. Take it to the Lord in prayer. I am a proud and happy man, having listened to my colleagues this morning. Also having the St. Mary's North constituency in my bosom. And Mr. Prime Minister, let me declare boldly and factually, even though I retire as a parliamentarian, the people of St. Mary's North will continue to get the service from me as they did before I retired. Many comments were made, but I have to go back to foundation. People spoke about the way I carry myself, spoke about my service, but let me tell you where it came from. Growing up in Jennings, I had a mother who was extremely spiritual. And I remember being at my mother's feet and hearing the things, spiritual, things that are good. The meaning of decency, the meaning of courtesy. Do the right thing. Those are the things that I used to hear when I was growing up. My father was known as an impeccable dresser. He was my DNA influence. He worked for Bryson's, and he had this khaki that he wore regularly. And I remember my mother preparing his clothes, and she would take time and iron them. I see my father with seams that you could use to shave. I grew up in that environment. And my mother told me sometime when I became an adult, that she remembered when I passed the exam to go to Princess Margaret School. One morning, she gave me a pant that was not properly pressed, and I refused to wear it, and I was crying. I don't remember at that age. I did not. She told me, and she gave me the story when I returned here in 1984. In 1983, actually, the year before I contested the election. Now, there are some big messages that evolved from this experience. And we must not forget that my experience is part of the experience of the Antigua Trades and Labor Union and the Antigua Labor Party and their longevity. We are here because people have set the foundation for us to succeed. Don't forget that. And I want to say something today that we all will appreciate and understand. Political stability does not come by chance. We are seeing the growth of this country because the right foundation was set before, and leaders come after each other, recognize that they're building upon what existed before. There was an attempt to create a distraction this morning. But I am here to say that this Antigua and Barbuda Labour Party, under the leadership of the member for St. John's City West, has the responsibility to ensure that the next generation negotiates the future on a foundation that was laid by us here today. Don't be distracted. You have to know what is happening. Some people might not get the message. But you look at the quality of members of Parliament on this side, Mr. Speaker. Look at the blend of experience and youth. Look at how they prepare themselves for leadership. Look at what they bring to the table. That must not lose, because I am getting some recognition of my service. I really appreciate the comments. But what I appreciate more is that this country of Antigua and Barbuda is in the hands of the most competent set of parliamentarians in its history. And I now want to focus specifically on the member for St. Philip's North. And look at how he came up. He associated himself with a politician who never lost an election in this country. I have witnessed the relationship between the member for St. Philip North, when I visited his predecessor, and their relationship. He was groomed by being present. He was groomed by being in the right place to hear things about commitment and service. Serving your fellow man is second only to serving God. And we must remember that. And I want to commend him. And I want to share with him the magic of his success, in my estimation. Those people who came here today are here because you all have created a bond of trust. Trust. As long as you maintain that relationship, as long as you maintain that standard, nobody will be able to challenge you from being a parliamentary representative of St. Philip's North. You have a legacy. I know, insofar as my colleagues are concerned, I listened carefully. I did not know I had such impact on my colleagues. It was good to hear. but it's also a lesson that as you navigate yourself through life, you must always remember that you can be an example or an inspiration. And when I heard the member for St. Peter's spoke, I did not know that he was present during those times.
You didn't know you'd be here.
I did not know he was there.
And you didn't know you'd be
And here he is. Yeah. And he was able to see a parliamentarian that is committed and a minister that was on work. Let me tell you something. You don't win 8 elections in this country without being a credible politician. And I tell you further, this member for St. Mary's North has aggregated the largest number of votes in the history of Antigua and Barbuda because of longevity and the size of my constituency. Right now it's over 5,000. And when you hear that people go to the polls and they have options, and they say, this time it's Malvin, this time it's Malvin, I must be doing something right. Must be doing something right. But, Mr. Prime Minister, in this Parliament, I want to take a path, since this is the last time I will be standing in Parliament. I've been in Parliament on the V.C. Bird, I've been in Parliament on the Lester Bird, and Sir Lester Bird and Sir V.C. Bird. And now I'm departing at a time when you're the leader of this country. I think I'm in a position to make some assessments on the importance of leaders understanding and appreciating that each leader is responsible for an era of progress, and the importance of preparing for the future and an era beyond yourself, himself or herself. And V.C. Bird started out, and I want to say this, just imagine that when he started out, there were no electricity in many places, hardly any roads, and he created the most effective political machinery called the Antigua Labour Party during his time. How did he do it? By dedication, by keeping with the people. Imagine, people used to walk from Buckley's, from Old Road to go to 46 North Street. Walk. Those are people who from time to time would find themselves in the rain, but they end up there. And we progress, become modern. And now I am leaving this Parliament at a time when this country has seen its greatest growth in the last 10 years. The question is, what is our responsibility as parliamentarians, including the other side? What's our responsibility as people who support this party so that it can continue the service in order to take this country to the next level? In other words, Mr. Prime Minister, we need a renaissance in this country. It requires, if you study the Renaissance, many of you would have read about it, it requires a new mindset. It requires a new way of doing things, basic things, that if your neighborhood is dirty, you clean it. You don't wait until say the authorities must come and clean. We have to have a sense of responsibility, a sense that we must do it ourselves and not wait on somebody. I know that I'm here to respond to it, but there is a message that I have to leave in this Parliament today. 42 years of being in politics have exposed me to images and memories of how we might have done things better. And we must decide this is the era, a new era in Antigua and Barbuda. Take ownership. Why should we wait for somebody to clean our surroundings rather than clean it ourselves? Why should anyone do that? And so, Mr. Member for St. John's City East, I want to say that City West? I want to say that I'm leaving a good team, Mr. AG.
My brother.
I'm leaving a good team. This is, your skill of transitioning your government must be highly commendable. It's not a case where you're going to field members, candidates for an election, and you wait to see where you can put somebody in because somebody is missing.
One shot. One shot.
It's not politics is more serious than this.
Yeah, of course.
And I say you have to recruit. I remember members of this honorable house. I was in Cleveland, Ohio, working for a company, Standard Oil, when I was asked whether or not I would become citizen of the United States. And one thing I was faced with a decision that I would have to denounce citizenship of Antigua and Barbuda. I faced that, and I chose to forego that and say I am coming back to Antigua and Barbuda to serve. So anybody who have any questions? No, there was no march in my... And I said, come back and serve. And in 1983, when I returned here, for all the speculation might have taken place at the time, I joined the Antigua Labour Party in October 1983. And in April of '84, I was a member of Parliament representing the Antigua and Barbuda Labour. And I want to declare, I ain't going anywhere. I will not be in Parliament, but I will be sticking to this party because it would be just a nightmare if people make a mistake. Why you have to think like that? I tell you, why you have to say it like that? I'm reminded that this is an important issue after listening to the member for our St. C's and St. Luke's. You know, see, he emptied the Parliament. He emptied the Parliament. It was so revolting that every person left this Parliament. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the Speaker of the House mentioned something here. I don't want to be too long, you know. The Speaker of the House spoke about an appointment. And I want to make this one public because after it was the 2014 election, when the Prime Minister offered me the Ministry of Health, Prime Minister, I speak about this all the time. Now, my colleague will remember that during that time, tourism made some great leaps. So I was in my mettle with tourism, excited, you know, and I was happy to bring back the cruise ship industry. And I felt after the election that naturally the Prime Minister said, well, you can continue. The Prime Minister called me and we sat down, and I remember sitting on a couch somewhere, and he said, you know, Minister, I'd like to serve as the Minister of Health. Oh, my goodness, what a jolt.
What is this? What is this?
I said, Minister of Health. And so the Prime Minister, I pushed back a bit, and I said, I said to the Prime Minister, after I realized that I was not in a position to decide, I said to the Prime Minister, give me until tomorrow morning. And this is a true story. And I consulted some of my friends, and they always expressed disappointment. I went home, I slept on it, and believe it or not, the wisdom of the Almighty really brought to reality. Listen, you should be privileged that you are being appointed as a minister. Who dare you think that you can make that decision? I got a dose of humility, especially having consulted some of my friends. And I went back the next morning. The Prime Minister was in his office, and I really wanted to see him first thing in the morning. And I said, Mr. Prime Minister, there's absolutely nothing for you to be concerned about. I will accept your offer, because I came to the realization that, let me tell you, wherever you serve, you can achieve excellence. Wherever you serve, you can achieve excellence.
By totally the management skills in health.
Yes, you did say that. You did say that, and that was the case that you made, a strong case. I need your management skills in health. And I want to say, any measure, any assessment of the health in Antigua and Barbuda, it has come in leaps and bounds from where it was when I took over. Now, the other thing I would wish to mention as part of the experience, I've done the hardest work that I've ever done in my life is during COVID. During COVID. And I'm saying that we learned a lesson in COVID. I could not reconcile in my mind why this country, opposition, whoever you were, could not have coalesced with this government in a crisis such as COVID when people were dying. This is why we need a renaissance. There are certain events in the country, certain events that we have to fight together. The member for Barbuda seemed to be coming to that realization, and I welcome that. But how could anybody not support the efforts to fight COVID? And I'm saying to you, it is to the credit of this administration that we emerge as the first country in the Caribbean to resume our most important industry, tourism. First country. And immediately, the tourism was revived. Minister Fernandez, member for St. John's Rural North, and we came back on stream. Mr. Speaker, health is not anything to play with. We are finding right now that the circumstances in the world where we are seeing wars, economic disruption. We are living through the most difficult time globally, the most difficult time right now in the last 100 years. And it's going to take a strong government, sound leadership, tested leadership, in order to protect our people and safeguard their well-being going into the future. How can you, at this time, and we're not far away, everybody knows there's an election pending, how could we contemplate changing any leadership in this country other than what we have today. I'm going to be real. You need leadership that knows geography, simple as that. Simple as no geography. You need leadership that is tied into or locked into the realities of what is happening. What in the entire world? What if you have a wider breakout of war now in the Middle East? What will happen? What will happen? And I know this is an opportunity for me to respond to the accolades and the encomiums that I've heard, AG. But what is on my mind is the future. The future is on my mind as a member of parliament and a minister who has served this country. And I want to leave a message to the people of Antigua and Barbuda. This is not time to play around with governance. Not now. Maybe another time when it looks brighter in terms of capacity on the other side. Maybe, but not right now. And Mr. Speaker, let me raise another issue here in terms of health. Prime Minister and members of this Parliament, we have a crisis on our hands in terms of the physical health of our nation. I've never seen more cancers, more diabetes, more hypertension in the last couple of years in Antigua and Barbuda. As a member of Parliament exiting, I want to say to the country, Antigua and Barbuda, come to a halt. Look at what is happening. And let us collectively decide that we're going to change course. We have to eat better. Diet. All these processed foods that's coming into the country. You're eating, you're consuming things that are poisoning your body, and you do it with alacrity, sometimes with entertainment. Have you listened to the death announcements recently? On and on. It never stops. And these are the issues we are facing. And if I can just say to us all, and I'm hoping that I would at least succeed in bringing attention to these matters. We all must now be our brother's keeper. You are parliamentarians. You can do your part. Member for Barbuda, use your influence. Start getting this conversation going. It's extremely important. We are seeing diseases that normally afflict people in their 70s and 80s, now afflicting children in school. That is true. Just yesterday, young lady had to fly to Trinidad with an issue that is associated, probably more associated with diet. 13 years old. And this is happening more and more and more. Now, let me just wrap this up by saying to the people of St. Mary's North, words are not enough for me to thank you for your support. I'll be coming around and I will be encouraging you to support a gentleman who is a grassroots man, a man who is known by us, all the communities, from Martins Village, Browns Avenue, Cashew Hill, Golden Grove, Bart Lodge, Benders, Jennings, and Ebenezer. As a parliamentary representative, I want to say that I am in total support of Dr. Benjamin. Total support. And he and I will work together to continue the tradition of high service in St. Mary's North. And to make it clear, he was not handpicked. He was selected on the basis of a scientific poll. I also want to make something clear. The Prime Minister, the member for St. John's City West, did not push me out of Parliament. I know that nonsense is going around. But little do you know that the Prime Minister and I have had a relationship very early in his political career, and we collaborated. And I can say publicly, I do not have a problem getting the attention of the Prime Minister and getting the support of the Prime Minister. So rubbish that nonsense. I made a decision on the basis of a balance of who I am right now and the position of my family. When your wife speaks, it's the majority. And when the wife and the children speak, it's a supermajority. After 42 years of politics, they have decided that they need more of my time. And on the balance of things, my desire to serve and my desire for my family to be happy and to be living in an environment where they feel that they have the presence of this chap. With still a fairly good amount of vitality. And by the way, what I'm hearing, some people calling me and saying, listen man, you have one more in you, you know. But it has been a great opportunity to serve the people of Antigua and Barbuda. Great opportunity to serve the people of St. Mary's North. And I hope that the Antigua and Barbuda Labour Party continues to be the group of leaders who maintain that momentum and the trajectory and focus to continue build this good nation of Antigua and Barbuda. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Madam Clerk.
Presentation of petitions. Presentation of papers and reports from select committees.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table the following statutory instruments. Statutory Instrument Number 14 of 2026, Virtual Asset Business Regulations 2026. 2, statutory instrument number 16 of 2026, noticed by the Minister under Section 1 of the Virtual Asset Business Act of 2021. 3, statutory instrument number 20 of 2026, that's the Antigua and Barbuda Sales Tax, Manufacturers Exemptions Regulations, Amendment of Schedule 2026. 4, statutory instrument number 21 of 2026, the Revenue Recovery Charge Exemption Order 2026. And, Mr. Speaker, as you're fully aware, before elections could be held, the boundaries report must be filed, and I hereby take the opportunity to table on the 5, the Constituencies Boundaries Commission report of 2026. That is a report of the Constituencies Boundaries Commission of Antigua and Barbuda, and I recommend these instruments to this Honourable House, Mr. Speaker.
Recognize the Honourable Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table the following statutory instruments. Number 1 of 2026, the Constitution of Antigua and Barbuda Amendment Act 2025, the Commencement Order 2026. Number 15 of 2026, Criminal Procedures Rules 2026. Number 17 of 2026, the Engineers, Professions, Registration and Practice Regulations 2026. And Mr. Speaker, finally, number 19 of 2026, the Essential Services, Office of National Drug and Money Laundering Control, ONDCP Order of 2026.
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Government of Antigua Barbuda, I wish to lay on the table statutory instruments number 2 of 2026, the Prevention of Terrorism, Security Council Resolution Amendment number 1, Order 2026, statutory instruments number 3 of 2026, Prevention of Terrorism, Security Council Resolution Amendment 2, Order 2026, statutory instrument number 4 of 2026, the Prevention of Terrorism, Security Council Resolution Amendment number 3, Order 2026, statutory instruments number 5 of 2026, Prevention of Terrorism, Security Council Resolution Amendment Order number 4, 2026, statutory instrument number 6 of 2026, Prevention of Terrorism, Security Council Resolution Amendment number 5, Order 2026, number 6, statutory instrument number 7, Prevention of Terrorism, Security Council Resolution Amendment number 6, Order 2026. Statutory instruments number 8 of 2026, Prevention of Terrorism, Security Council Resolution Amendment number 7, Order 2026. Statutory instrument number 9 of 2026, Prevention of Terrorism, Security Council Resolution Amendment number 8, Order 2026. Statutory instruments number 10 of 2026, Prevention of Terrorism, Security Council Resolution Amendment number 9, Order 2026. Statutory instruments number 11 of 2026, Prevention of Terrorism, Security Council Resolution Amendment number 10, Order 2026. And statutory instrument number 12 of 2026, the Prevention of Terrorism, Security Council Resolution.
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. John's Rural North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to lay on the table the following statutory instruments. Statutory instrument number 18 of 2026, the V.C. Bird International Airport Regulations, Removal from Restricted Areas, Order 2026. Statutory Instrument Number 22 of 2026, the Non-Citizens Undeveloped Land Declaration of Undeveloped Land Order 2026. Statutory Instrument Number 23 of 2026, the Non-Citizens Undeveloped Land Declaration of Undeveloped Land Number 2, Order 2026. Statutory Instrument Number 24 of 2026, the Citizens Undeveloped Land Declaration of Undeveloped Land Number 3, Order 2026. And finally, Statutory Instrument Number 25 of 2026, the Non-Citizens Undeveloped Land Declaration of Undeveloped Land Number 4, Order 2026.
I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, in light of time constraints and what's going to happen very shortly, having discussed with the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, I make a motion to amend the order paper as follows. To remove number 9 and number 10 from the order paper to facilitate matters which will be occurring very shortly. And we do not think it appropriate, Mr. Speaker, at this time, in the interest of all concerned, to have items 9 and 10 on the order paper today.
Second.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that items 9 and 10 on the order paper be removed. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. Any question?
Mr. Speaker, while I understand the motion before the House, is there any particular reason why? Because can't it be done now? Yeah, but there's the
Request for leave to move the adjournment of the House on matters of urgent public importance. Statements by ministers.
I recognize the Honorable
Thank you,
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a very important announcement to make, or to share information with the Parliament, confirming that I have written to His Excellency Sir Rodney Williams today, advising him that acting under the powers of the Antigua and Barbuda Constitution Order 1981, Section 60, subsection 1, which provides that the Governor General, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, may at any time prorogue or dissolve Parliament, now advise that the Parliament be dissolved. I'll come back to the date. Mr. Speaker, we had actually planned to to prorogue Parliament and issue the writ today. In fact, the intention was that both houses would have met today, and thereafter to prorogue Parliament and to issue the writ. And in that case, the elections would have been held within 21 days. But I've been advised by some of my colleagues that I need to show a little mercy, because it's evident that the opposition is not quite ready as yet. They haven't had their team put together. And I may not be a man of faith like Sir Mullen, but I'm a Christian man. And I believe in mercy. So I've been advised to give them a few more days to allow them to get their house in order, because clearly, even though they are making articulations to the extent that they are ready, they still do not have a full slate as yet. And in as much as we want to be strategic, again, we don't want to put the opposition at a major disadvantage. So instead of proceeding, and in this case, the elections could have been held by the 17th of April. 17th. So what we have decided, Mr. Speaker, is that I've advised the distinguished Governor General to dissolve the Parliament on Wednesday, 1st April 2026 by proclamation. Now, we have not issued the writ as yet, though the letter has been prepared, and I don't know how generous my colleagues on this side will be, whether or not the writ of election should be issued the same day. When we meet next week, Wednesday, the Cabinet will make that determination and advise me whether or not the writ should be issued on the 21st. And if the writ is issued on the 21st, then the elections will be 21 days afterwards, which means it will be the 22nd, because it's 21 days, including holidays, Sundays. However, based on the advice of my colleagues, we will determine whether or not it is issued several days later, again, depending as to the state of readiness of the opposition. But what I'll say here, we will not give the members on the other side more than an additional week. It will be less than a week. So we're hoping that next week is Holy Week, and they will utilize Holy Week to bring the party together, to get some love in their hearts, and to get in a state of readiness. So, Mr. Speaker, again, this is in keeping with the Representation of People Act 2001, Section 30, and amended by Statutory Instrument Number 6 of 2010, in which a writ of election is to be published shortly thereafter. As I said, if not by Wednesday next week, certainly within a week. And a subsequent correspondence will be sent to the Governor General indicating the date for the nomination. Well, first of all, the issuance of the writ, and subsequently the nomination of candidates and the date for the general elections. So this is my statement, Mr. Speaker, and the members on the other side, giving you time to get your act together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Personal explanations. Motions relating to the business of sittings of the House and moved by a minister. Introduction of bills.
Recognize the Honourable Prime Minister.
Special Economic Zone Amendment Bill 2026.
Recognize the Honourable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the first reading of the following bills for Act shortly entitled the Immigration and Passport Amendment Bill 2026, the Matters Court of Procedure Amendment Bill 2026.
Immigration and Passport Amendment Bill 2026. Magistrate Code of Procedure Amendment Bill 2026.
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. John's Rural South.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to move the first reading of the bill for an act shortly entitled the Antigua and Barbuda Festivals Commission Bill 2026.
Antigua and Barbuda Festivals Commission Bill 2026. Public business.
I recognize the Honourable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the suspension of Standard Orders 59A and 59B and 63 to enable the House to proceed with the second and third readings of the following bill for an act shortly entitled the Special Economic Zone Bill 2026.
Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
I recognize the Honourable Attorney General. Put the motion. Oh, it has been moved and seconded that the relevant section of the standing order be adopted so that we can proceed with the Special Economic Zone Amendment Bill 2026. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All against say no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, here again we're looking at the governance activity and the progressive manner in which this government approaches economic situations that this bill is before the House today. What bill am I referring to, Mr. Speaker? None other than the Special Economic Zone Amendment Bill of 2026. Why are you asking this question, Mr. Speaker? Why should we be here today, Mr. Speaker, dealing with this bill? Well, this government, being proactive, looked at the geographical situation in which the world finds itself today. It was Sir Malvin, Mr. Speaker, who said recently that we've got to look at politics in the broader context. We must look at the geographical situation of the world and make progressive decisions in government which could maximize Antigua and Barbuda in benefiting from special economic zones. Mr. Speaker, at the moment, there was a war going on up in the Middle East. Bombings, businesses being threatened, people's economic future undetermined. All over the world, therefore, Mr. Speaker, there are people, there are countries vying to attract these persons who are being disrupted in their economic lives to do businesses in countries outside of the Middle East. We therefore took the decision that it is important at this point in time to create the environment to attract to Antigua and Barbuda persons who are desirous of establishing special economic zones. May I be so bold, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, to read from the bill which was passed back in 2015. Mr. Speaker, when that bill was passed on the 12th of November 2015, and one was to read, Mr. Speaker, the reasons for that act. It says this: an act to set up special economic zone to promote and establish self-contained industrial, commercial, and financial corporate offices and business centers with solid and good infrastructure to facilitate public and private participation in a competitive and attractive environment for the promotion of economic development and creation of jobs in Antigua and Barbuda. That was the purpose of the act then. Things have changed, Mr. Speaker, since 2015. We're 11 years on. Economies have changed. Things have developed. Wars and more wars and rumors of wars presently prevail in this entire society. At this point, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Mr. Ryan Johnson, Mr. Hodge, but Mr. Johnson in particular. He did extensive studies in this area to create in Antigua and Barbuda an environment to attract persons to come and invest their monies here in this country. So this particular act is designed specifically to create an environment in which people can invest their monies safely, where they can be given the opportunity to develop their businesses, but at the same time, making sure that we are in compliance with the international community and the laws to prevent terrorist financing. And I want to thank Mr. Ryan Johnson in particular for this. He was extremely diligent. We consulted with experts over the world, and we've come to Antigua and brought this bill in this House now so that we can exploit the situations of development in the state. Ryan went further. Mr. Johnson, forgive me for calling you Ryan, but you know how we are, Ryan. And he says there are special economic zones all over the world. Asia. In Asia, China, India, the UAE, the Philippines, in Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, Ethiopia, South Africa, in the Americas, United States, the US, Mexico, Brazil, and the Dominican Republic, in Europe, Poland, etc. These are countries that exploit and use the special economic zones as a means by which to attract foreign direct investments in our countries, and there are many benefits. One, thank you, Mr. Ryan, again, for your deep research. These zones are established to attract foreign investments. They offer low taxes, fewer regulations, easier custom processes to bring in multinational companies, boost exports, create jobs, test economic reforms, and the government can try new policies to see how we can develop our infrastructure, and most importantly, Mr. Prime Minister, to diverse our economy. Countries reliant on one sector use SEZ, this particular situation, to grow manufacturing or other services. But, Mr. Speaker, at all material times, the research has shown that we have done everything to fulfill our obligations in law to make certain that we don't fall afoul of the international community. Mr. Speaker, I shall take my time. It's not a very difficult bill, very easy to understand, and therefore I will see what we're doing with the Special Economic Zone Amendment Bill that will govern all investments in this state by special economic zones. So read with me, if you will, the memorandum that was prepared by Mr. Johnson in this matter. Read from number 1. The bill amends the Special Economic Zone Act to strengthen and clarify the legal and regulatory framework governing special economic zones in Antigua and Barbuda. The amendments are intended to support the effective establishment, development, and operation of special economic zones, while ensuring, my friends, that activities conducted within the zone remain subject to the laws of Antigua and Barbuda. Look, listen, and read. All the activities in the zones will be subjected to the laws of Antigua and Barbuda, including, and this is the most important, laws relating to anti-money laundering, corporate transparency, financial regulation, and law enforcement. The bill also supports compliance with applicable international standards relating to prevention of money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation financing. So I want to congratulate my friend again, Mr. Ryan, who serves as an inspector, a regulator in matters of this nature. Well done, my good friend. Well done. Further, the bill updates provisions, including correcting international statutory reference and introducing definitions such as competent authority, financial intelligence unit, one-stop shop. In other words, we are looking at every aspect of operations in Antigua and Barbuda and to make sure that they are in accordance with the rules and regulations established in the national community. The bill, it goes on, strengthens the framework for special economic zone operators by introducing what? Enhanced due diligence requirements, including, and I'm certain the member from St. Philip South will like to hear this, including verification of identity, beneficial ownership, source of funds, and by requiring applicants to demonstrate compliance with applicable anti-money laundering law, counter-terrorism financing, and counter-proliferation finance obligation. The bill also clarifies the distinction between the grant of an operator license and the issuance of a license, and provides that activities may only be taken upon satisfaction of all applicable requirements. What we have effectively done is to ensure that all international obligations are complied with, identity is established, source of funds identified, to make sure that no one can come to this country and take advantage of our nation, because they're traveling right now to the DR, other countries of the region, to establish special economic zones. We are not therefore going to be left behind. We are moving with the times with which we are confronted. Now, the bill establishes a structured framework for persons operating within the zone by introducing a formal approval for the zone uses and separating that approval from contractual arrangements governing occupation and operation within a zone. Note importantly, in particular, the bill provides that approval as a zone user does not take effect unless and until a written agreement is executed with the committee, thereby ensuring that both regulatory approval and contractual control are satisfied before operation commences. So, Mr. Speaker, what we have here, sir, is a system being established to govern persons coming to the state with the intention of operating within our economic zones. I will not go through all the different areas, Mr. Speaker, but only highlight some of them for you, which I think, Mr. Speaker, are important for Antiguans and Barbudans to understand. We are not messing around here. We are dealing with what the law provides to make sure, Mr. Speaker, that we cannot be faulted at any time in the future. Let us look right away at Clause 4. As an example, what does Clause 4 indicate? 1. The minister shall ensure that any policy determined under subsection 1 incorporates safeguards for the prevention and detection of money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation financing. We are making sure that we cover all of the areas that need to be covered in order for us to operate in a manner that is transparent, that is upfront, and that is absolutely necessary. Clause 5, Mr. Speaker, is very important to us. And I want to look at Clause 5B, 22A. Nothing in this Act or in any implementation protocol under Section 22 transfers any statutory power, duty, or discretion from the ministry to a licensee. B, public officers may, on a temporary basis, be assigned to provide services within the zone, but shall at all material times remain subject to the authority, supervision, discipline, and reporting requirements of the ministry or department of the government that they represent. So in other words, Mr. Speaker, even if within the zone there will be representatives from the immigration, from customs, the police, from the land registry, intellectual property, these are all subjected to the control of the local law. Local law, because we want to ensure that at all material times we control what happens in the zone. And so, Mr. Speaker, and it goes on. I look again at page 10. We look at section 32, Mr. Speaker, and I refer with respect to the amendment number clause 8. What does clause 8 say? An application for special zone operator license may include proposal for administrative coordination with competent authorities for the purpose of facilitating the receipt and processing of applications and other matters, but no such proposal shall derogate from the statutory functions, powers, or duties of any competent authority, always making sure that we control things in this country. It goes on 32A. A licensee and a user conducting business within the zone shall comply with the requirements of the Money Laundering Prevention Act, the Prevention of Terrorism Act, the Weapons of Mass Destruction Act, and any enactment that governs beneficial ownership transparency. If you can recall, in this Parliament a few weeks ago, we discussed in detail the changes about beneficial ownership in companies to satisfy those persons in the industrial community who would desire where you get your money from. What are you doing? Who owns this company? So we are protecting Antigua and Barbuda in any and all situations. But then look at 32B. Is a carrier, a user that carry on a business within the zone must comply with the schedule to the Money Laundering Act. They must therefore agree with the regulations, submit their licenses, submit their transactions, so that they can be monitored closely in every activity in which they may be involved. So, Mr. Speaker, what this bill does, therefore, is to set the framework, safe framework, within which we can have economic zones in Antigua and Barbuda. We've got to compete with the world. Everybody's been bombing up the Middle East. They're trying to leave. We want to be in the forefront to attract them here. But at the same time, we must make sure that the laws are in keeping with the standards internationally and make it, of course, already. 7 countries in the Caribbean already. Curacao, St. Lucia, Cayman, the Bahamas, all of these are already on board. So we must get on board. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we understand what we're trying to do here. And in the circumstances, Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill for debate. Second, your right to speak.
I recognize the honourable member for St. Mary's North.
I second the motion and reserve the right to speak.
I recognize the honourable leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to say a few words on this Special Economic Zone Amendment Bill 2026. Now, Mr. Speaker, I sat and I listened, and I realized that some things that should have been in the substantive act, they're now moving to strengthening it. But, Mr. Speaker, it's with some level of concern as to why the expediency when this Parliament is set to dissolve on Wednesday. You know, and Mr. Speaker, the problem I have with this Special Economic Zone Amendment is not of what they're trying to do, but is the time that they're trying to do it. And if history would have taught us anything, when we hear about Special Economic Zone on the eve of an election, you know what it is they're doing. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure that this bill is really serving the purpose that the AG is telling us that it's going to do. Because this should have been thought about when they brought the bill from jump. And now, on the eve of an election, and according to the member for City West, who would have told us that he either would have contributed to the election prior to 2014, and we saw the Yida Economic Zone bill. But, Mr. Speaker, again, I want to know, Mr. Speaker, what we would have benefited from all these special economic zones that the people of Antigua and Barbuda can honestly say it was a benefit to us. We heard about the Yida Special Economic Zone, then it came down to the Special Economic Zone, and then you heard Yida again getting back the Special Economic Zone. Mr. Speaker, something is not right with the fluctuation of this zone. We believe, Mr. Speaker, that a level of transparency must be given in order for us to support these amendments. Because we have learned that the government or the administration would have used the special economic zone, the Yida Special Economic Zone, to raise financing for an election. And I'm not sure that this is no different, because I can't understand the timing. They would have amended the order paper, took out questions to Prime Minister, took out questions to ministers, but then we're focusing on a special economic zone that they can always come back here if they're so confident of winning. Why the haste? Why are we hustling this through the Parliament? I spoke to the member for St. Philip's South, and he's still trying to understand why now, as a lawyer, because what they're putting in place should have been in place, and we would have amended that several times. So, Mr. Speaker, you will get time to speak when you will get time to speak. You will get time to speak. But, Mr. Speaker, there has to be more on this bill than what the AG is saying. Is it that pressure is coming from outside in regards to the special economic zones we operate in? What it is. But it has to be something why they're so adamant. Oh, so tell us that. Share that with us. Some mutual evaluation coming up. So therefore, it's a must that this happen. So you see, Mr. Speaker, transparency is a critical aspect, because we must be given information if we're going to come to this honorable house and support these amendments to these bills, because they're operating from a position of knowledge while we're ignorant to what is happening as to why we're hurrying to get this through the Parliament. Mr. Speaker, if we're going to have Parliament in a meaningful way and engaging, we have to do things better than that, Mr. Speaker. I rest my case.
I recognize the honourable member for St. Philip's South.
Mr. Speaker, I too have a problem with this bill. First of all, I come into the Parliament this morning, I met the bill on the table. Now, there was a previous bill circulated, but this bill that we're passing, I met it on the table this morning. Now, the bill, Mr. Speaker, there's no time for me to read it. I don't understand what it's about, but what I do understand is that the first special economic zone, the agreement was signed on the day of the swearing-in of the Prime Minister. And, Mr. Speaker, all of the things that they had promised in that first special economic zone, including, I'm dealing with the special economic zone. Mr. Speaker, this is something pulled over my head. I don't know what is in it. I met here this morning. I can't read it in such a short period of time. It appears to be complex and it appears to be suspect. I remember that when the Southcom commander had visited Antigua, and I read an article about the risk of these type of investments. And I heard this AG this morning speaking about wars. There is something untoward in this bill, and the purpose that is brought here at this time to slip under the radar and to be passed. There is something wrong with it. And I do not know what is wrong with it. And I don't know what it's about. And I don't know how it came and what is the purpose and what is behind of it, but it is untoward. It is untoward. And it is suspect. And I don't understand it, and I will not support it.
I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, you know, when your mind is not clear and not honest, you think things that are evil that don't even exist. We have a mutual evaluation coming up in a few months. We have to show that the bill is being passed and enough time has been given for its operation. Therefore, you up here when you came here several times over and over, changing the law to meet international standards. And they participated. This is merely another occasion, Mr. Speaker, that you're putting everything in place so when we evaluate it in November, they cannot say that we are not talking about anti-terrorism financing, proliferation of arms and ammunition, and that sort of stuff. That's what we're doing, my friend.
Plug in the gaps.
Plug in the gaps to make sure that we don't go back and the kind of list again. They have gray list, black list, and so on. We want to stay in the good form, the good books of the people.
And it's not zone specific. It speaks about
special economic different countries in the Caribbean.
It doesn't say Western Imperial, it doesn't say either. Special economic zone.
My friend from St. Paul's just indicated and showed me which countries in the Caribbean right now forcing the same sort of stuff. Curacao, St. Lucia, the Cayman Islands, the Bahamas, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, the Dominican Republic. How those other countries, the lawmakers, are so cooperative. They understand the danger to their countries. They want to protect themselves. They want to plug these holes. But here in Antigua, everything is untoward. Everything is suspect. Everything is... But you know something? Look, we are tired of having our country in place on all kinds of lists. Black list, gray list, this list. Let us get it right. And that's what we're doing. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking that this bill, therefore, with these amendments that are administrative to ensure compliance. So when we evaluated in November, they would have seen the bill was passed in March, and there are several months between March and November to see whether or not we are acting in accordance with the changes. Mr. Speaker, I ask that this bill sent to the committee to be considered clause by clause.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Special Economic Zone Amendment Bill 2026 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. The bill will... Clerk? Sorry.
An act to amend the Special Economic Zone Act of 2015 to strengthen the the regulatory and governance framework of special economic zones, recognize delegated administrative authority within special economic zones, provide for coordinated government services and zone one-stop service departments, permits and special economic zone guidelines, and enhance compliance with the law of Antigua and Barbuda related to money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation financing, and for other related matters.
The bill now stands referred to a committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause.
Okay, right. PM? Should we just go?
Yeah, we just wrap up.
The festivals. We'll do the festivals next. Festivals.
Oh, you need Festivals Commission. Yes, sure. You need Festivals Commission?
Yeah.
Clause 1, short title.
The question is that Clause 1 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 2, interpretation.
The question is that Clause 2 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 3, amendment of Section 2, interpretation.
The question is that Clause 3 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 4, amendment of Section 6, special economic zones policy.
The question is that Clause 5 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say...
Clause 4.
Clause 4. The question is that Clause 4 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 5, amendment of Section 22, implementation of protocol.
The question is that Clause 5 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 6, amendment of Section 26, functions of Special Economic Zone Committee.
The question is that Clause 6 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 7, amendment of Section 31, application for Special Economic Zone operator license.
The question is that Clause 7 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 8, amendment of Section 32, requirements for application for Special Economic Zone operator license.
The question is that Clause 8 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 9, amendment of Section 33, Special Economic Zone operator permit.
The question is that Clause 9 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 10, repeal and replacement of Section 35 of the Principal Act.
The question is that Clause 10 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 11, amendment of the Principal Act, insertion of new sections 36 to 38.
The question is that Clause 11 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 12, renumbering of sections.
The question is that Clause 12 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 13, consequential amendments.
The question is that Clause 13 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, just insert one word for me, please. At the very end, money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation financing, and for other. Put the word other. Other, just put in other between labor matters. The very last line in the enacting clause. And for other related matters. The very first page?
Yes, the very last line.
The very first, an act to amend?
Yes.
The very last, the last... Is
So
it
money laundering, terrorist financing,
and proliferation financing?
financing.
And for other.
Oh, and for other related matters.
Other.
Other goes between.
That's correct.
Related. All right. So go over the enacting clause.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause with the insertion do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
And the title.
The question is that the title do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The House will now resume its sitting.
Mr. Speaker, thanks for recognizing me, sir. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that the bill shortly entitled the Special Economic Zone Amendment Bill 2026 has passed through the committee stage with one amendment. I move the adoption of the report of the committee on the bill.
Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the report of the committee on this bill be adopted. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the bill shortly entitled the Special Economic Zone Amendment Bill 2026 be read a third time and passed.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Special Economic Zone Amendment Bill 2026 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. The bill will now be read a third time.
An act to amend the Special Economic Zone Act 2015 to strengthen the regulatory and governance framework of special economic zones, recognize delegated administrative authority within special economic zones, provide for coordinated government services and zone one-stop service departments, permits and special economic zone guidelines, and enhance compliance with the law of Antigua and Barbuda related to money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation financing, and for other related matters.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly. I recognize the honourable member for St. John's Rural South.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to move the suspension of Standing Orders 59A, 59B, and 63 to enable the House to proceed with the second and third readings of the following bill for an act shortly entitled the Antigua and Barbuda Festivals Commission Bill 2026.
I second the motion, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the relevant section of the standing order be suspended to allow the second, third reading of a bill shortly entitled the Antigua and Barbuda Festival Commission Bill 2026. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I'm here to present to this House the Antigua and Barbuda Festivals Commission Bill 2026. And one may ask, why are we presenting this bill and what is the problem we're trying to solve? Mr. Speaker, over the past few years, certainly over the past 10 years, festivals in Antigua and Barbuda and large events in Antigua and Barbuda have become commonplace, they have become more complex, but they've also become much more successful and have contributed in a larger way to the economy of Antigua and Barbuda than ever before. In keeping with this, Mr. Speaker, it is incumbent upon us as a government and as a Festivals Office and Festivals Commission to put things in place to ensure that we continue on the growth trajectory where festivals are concerned. We see across the region and across the world the impact that festivals have on economies, particularly the multiplier effect that it has on small businesses up and down the economic chain, Mr. Speaker. And so we're seeking to do two things with this bill. We're seeking to turn festivals here in Antigua and Barbuda from events that are mainly only party and fun-oriented to events that are economic engines here in the country. That is the first. The second, Mr. Speaker, is that we're seeking to address what has been long held as an anomaly in how the festival's infrastructure is run here in Antigua and Barbuda. We have a festivals office, which is a part of the Ministry of Education, Sports and the Creative Industries, and that ministry is headed by a permanent secretary. The festivals office is headed by our Director of National Festivals, Ms. Petley O'Keefe, who is in the gallery here today. It has a full complement of staff. We have events persons, we have marketing persons, we have finance persons, and of course, that entire infrastructure is headed by a permanent secretary. We also have, on the other side, a Festivals Commission, which is chaired by Ambassador Elizabeth McCool and has a board of directors that comprises of persons from Calypso, PAN, marketing, culture, and so forth, and the business community. And what effectively is happening, Mr. Speaker, is that you have an area, a space, an economic space, that is being managed by two different entities. You have the Festivals Commission and the Board of Directors of Festivals, whose mandate is to set policy and to plan and organize events. So they prepare budgets, they prepare strategic plans. These budgets, I might add, are sent to the Cabinet for approval. They prepare strategic plans, they put logistical plans in place and so forth. And then it is the responsibility of the ministry, the Department of the Creative Industries and the Festivals Office, headed by the Permanent Secretary, to implement. And it creates a very awkward administrative situation where one group of persons put the plans in place but have no authority over the persons who are expected to implement these plans. One group of persons who put budgets in place, but another group of persons who have the authority to spend and to write checks and to issue payments. And when you have a disconnect there, it creates a very awkward and difficult situation to manage properly. And so the Cabinet has taken the decision and the advice of our legal counsel, and represented here by Mr. Ryan Johnson that you spoke so eloquently of earlier, Mr. AG, to put together legislation to really separate the functions and the areas that are covered by both parties. And so what will happen going forward with the passage of this bill, sir, is that the two largest festivals here in Antigua and Barbuda, Carnival, the Caribbean's greatest summer festival, and the One Nation Music Festival, which takes place in January, those two events will be managed by the newly formed Festivals Commission under this Act. And the other activities, Independence, VC Birthday, in addition to training opportunities, all of these things will now take place by the ministry. And so we're putting an administrative structure in place, much like which exists throughout most of the world, really, where big events and big festivals take place. We're putting an admin structure in place that allows us to really professionalize the entire ecosystem as it relates to our two largest festivals. Mr. Speaker, I'll go through the bill quickly because it's really a non-contentious bill. And for all intents and purposes, the office and the Festivals Commission have very clearly defined rules, but we're now putting it properly in legislation. And if we can go through the bill, Mr. Speaker, Part 2, I'll start from Part 2. Part 2 speaks about the establishment of the Commission. And it says it shall be a body corporate to be known as the Antigua and Barbuda Festivals Commission. And it outlines the function to organize the two events that I mentioned earlier, our two largest events, Carnival and One Nation, which, incidentally, Mr. Speaker, several years ago, One Nation was a one-off event, a one-day event. We have now started the transition to take that event into a full-on music festival. It is now straddling 2 days, one day being the soca and the dance hall and so forth, and the second day being dedicated to gospel. The plans are for this event, this festival, to transition further into a week-long event which will take place the same period in January, but which will also have things like master classes for our promoters, our producers, have mentorship programs for our students in schools, much like it's done in several other areas. If we go to part 6, it says the powers of the Commission. And the Commission has the power to do all things necessary or convenient for carrying out of its functions. Without limiting subsection 1, the Commission may enter into contracts and agreements and other commercial arrangements, charge fees and collect revenue in connection with festival activities, licenses, concessions, admissions, sponsorship, media rights, and so forth. Appoint agents, consultants, advisors, and producers and service providers. Collaborate with other ministries, Mr. Speaker, and establish committees and working groups for particular festivals or components of festivals. So what it is saying is that notwithstanding the fact that the Festivals Commission will be primarily responsible for the Carnival and One Nation activities, they are also able and given the ability and authority, if so requested and desired, to work along with other festivals that may take place. Part 3, when we speak of the Board of Commissioners, and this is important, Mr. Speaker, because if we are going to have a professionally run authority, it is important that we have capable and competent persons to staff this authority. And it says here, the board shall consist of 13 members appointed by the Cabinet as follows: 12 persons appointed from among persons appearing to the Cabinet to have knowledge or expertise in one or more of the areas specified in subsection 2, and I'll read that shortly, and one attorney of law from the ministry responsible for legal affairs nominated by the Attorney General. At this time, that person, as I mentioned earlier, is Mr. Johnson. The other areas of knowledge and expertise that will comprise the members of the board: finance or financial management, and that person generally comes from the Ministry of Finance as a nominee; business, marketing, or sponsorship development; festivals, events, or entertainment management; security, public safety, or emergency management; culture, the arts, or the creative industries; tourism or hospitality management; media, broadcasting, or digital communications; and community development or youth engagement. What that is doing is ensuring that we have persons with the expertise in different areas of events management. And there are some persons who do not necessarily have a great appreciation of what it takes to put on an event. There are some persons, one of whom is not even here today, I see that he left early, who has a lot to say about how events should be managed. But some persons have never even organized a birthday party, but they can tell you how to put on an event that attracts 15,000, 20,000 persons. It is not as straightforward as printing a flyer on ChatGPT and posting it on social media. There is a lot of expertise that has to go into ensuring that these things are done properly, done well, and done successfully. And I believe I can say here, Mr. Speaker, if I may pause, the Board of Commissioners for the Festivals Commission, over the past few years really, have done an absolutely fantastic job in coordinating our large events. In fact, in collaboration with the Festivals Office, and the director is here, we have put on each year, year on year, the most successful carnival celebrations that we've had in Antigua and Barbuda. And at the One Nation event held just a few short months ago, Mr. Speaker, it was easily the largest and most professionally run One Nation that we have ever had. So we have the expertise in this country. We're simply now creating an enabling environment for these persons to be able to work seamlessly and to be able to work successfully for the overall benefit of Antigua and Barbuda. Of course, Mr. Speaker, you'll have a chairperson and a deputy chairperson, that goes without saying. But if we can go forward, I want to speak about the composition of this office itself, this newly constituted Festivals Commission that will have a working team along with them to ensure that our events get done. And so I'll go to part 4 quickly. It says you will have a chief executive officer. You need someone to run the day-to-day affairs of this new unit. The board shall appoint a chief executive officer of the commission, and that officer shall be responsible for the day-to-day administration of the affairs of the commission, subject to direction of the board. The chief executive officer shall implement the decisions of the board, manage the staff, assets, and operations of the commission, prepare plans, budgets, reports, and other documents from the board, and perform such other functions as may be assigned. Equally important, Mr. Speaker, the Commission shall have a financial controller, and the Commission shall appoint a financial controller responsible for the financial management of the Commission, and the financial controller shall supervise the accounting systems of the Commission and ensure proper financial reporting and accountability. The Commission may hire such officers and employees as it considers necessary for the proper performance of its functions. Now, Mr. Speaker, the management of money is always something that we're very conscious of, very cognizant of, and very transparent with. As I mentioned earlier, when we have these large events, Carnival, the budget for Carnival, I believe, is in the region of $5 to $6 million. When we have events like this, it is important that the money is properly accounted for, properly spent, and properly managed. And it's for that reason that every year before Carnival, the budget is presented to the Cabinet. So it is recorded in the minutes of Cabinet what the budget is. The financial reports are prepared after the event takes place so that we can see how the spend happens and what happens with the money. And so while we're now moving away from the ministry, where it was under the purview of the permanent secretary to ensure that the proper accounting and reporting takes place, we have now placed in here that a financial controller and requisite staff will be assigned to work full-time within the Commission. And those persons are generally hired on the recommendation of the Financial Secretary in the Ministry of Finance. And that is expected to continue. But you need other staff. You need marketing people. You need events people. You need logistics people. And the question may be, where will these persons come from? What will happen, Mr. Speaker, in the first stage, in the initial stage, we will be seconding persons who are already working within the Ministry of the Creative Industries in these very same roles. Because you may recall, as I mentioned earlier, the day-to-day affairs and the implementation of the plans, when given by the Festivals Commission, are done by the persons within the staff in the ministry. So we will second the relevant persons from the Ministry of the Creative Industries to work in the Festivals Commission. So there will be effectively a seamless transition of skills, knowledge, and expertise to the Commission to ensure that the roles and functions can be carried out. Financial provisions, and Mr. Speaker, the payments that are now done by the Festivals Commission and the Festivals Office are generally done through the Treasury of Antigua and Barbuda by subvention from the government or through our budget allocations. What will happen now, Mr. Speaker, is that a fund and an account will be established for the Festivals Commission. And it says there is established a fund that will be known as the Antigua and Barbuda Festivals Commission Fund. The fund forms part of the public funds of Antigua and Barbuda and shall be administered in accordance with this Act, the Finance Administration Act of 2026, and any other applicable enactment relating to public finance. I want to be clear, Mr. Speaker. Providing a bank account and funding for the Festivals Commission does not in any way reduce or eliminate the reporting requirements and the financial management requirements that already exist within the public service. There is the regular reporting that will take place, the regular oversight that will take place, and I believe that the bases here are really covered in terms of ensuring that the funds will be put to proper use and properly accounted for. It says, the fund shall consist of monies appropriated by Parliament for the purposes of the Commission, of course, monies approved by the Cabinet of Antigua and Barbuda, the One Nation Festival and other festivals or cultural activities administered by the Commission, any grants, donations, gifts, sponsorships, and subventions lawfully received by the Commission, administration charges, fees, concession revenues, licensing revenues, and other income lawfully earned, investment income, and any other monies lawfully allocated to the Commission by the government received by the Commission in the performance of its function. So basically what it's saying, any monies, whether ticketing monies, monies in the budget that have been earmarked, or subventions coming from the government, for these particular events, will go into the bank account to be properly managed by the relevant authorities. As it relates to bank accounts and signatories, and I'm spending a little bit of time, Mr. Speaker, to speak about the money management, the financial management, the financial reporting, to give the public the full assurance that we have taken all of these things into consideration here in this bill, so that there can be no suggestion of any impropriety taking place, or potential impropriety taking place. So it says, the Commission may open and maintain one or more bank accounts as necessary for the proper discharge of its functions. The opening and operation of any bank account shall be subject to the approval of the Minister responsible for finance. So there is a properly established and a well-established procedure for any entity associated with government to open a bank account. And so that is the same procedure that will be followed here. The board shall determine, with the approval of the Minister responsible for finance, the signatories and control procedures applicable to every account of the Commission. Reporting now. The Commission shall, no later than 2 months before the end of each financial year, submit to the Minister and the Minister of Finance estimates of its income and expenditure for the next financial year. And these shall include potential outputs and major liabilities for the financial year. The last two things I want to touch on finance, Mr. Speaker, is the financial control procedures. Subject to the Finance Administration Act of 2006, the Commission shall establish and maintain internal financial control procedures to ensure A, proper authorization of expenditure, B, accountability for public funds, C, transparent procurement practices, and D, regular reporting to the board. And there is also provision made for quarterly financial reporting, where the Chief Executive Officer and Financial Controller shall ensure that financial statements relating to the fund are properly prepared and submitted to the board at least once in every quarter of every year. And of course, the requirements for keeping accounts for submission to the Audit Committee and subsequently to the Public Accounts Committee are also covered here. Mr. Speaker, as I come to the end of my very brief presentation here, I want to speak a little bit about the authority for branding and intellectual property that this authority and this commission will now have. And it says it is going to be the official authority for our national festivals. The commission shall be the official body responsible for the organizing, management, promoting, and branding of festivals administered by the commission. However, no person shall, without the written authorization of the commission, advertise or hold an event as forming part of the official program of a festival administered by the commission. And we have certain rules that speak to how you are able to collaborate with us, partner with us, and also use our branding. You see, Mr. Speaker, intellectual property is now a big deal. It is a big revenue generator around the world, and it has a lot to do with how we brand ourselves. When you have a successful brand and you have a brand that you put work into, you do not want it to simply be out there that anyone, John Doe, all and sons, you can come and use, because it may damage your brand, it may contaminate your brand. And given that we're now moving to a very professional and a professionally run organization, we want to ensure that there's consistency throughout the brand, particularly as it relates to the economic benefits of Antigua and Barbuda. And so it says the Commission shall have the responsibility for the development, management, and protection of the official branding, themes, logos, slogans, images, and other identifying marks associated with the Festivals Commission. Without limiting section 1, the Commission may determine and publish our festival theme, which we do, our festival's logo, visual identity, titles, merchandising, and promotional materials. And we can also license. We can license our merchandising, and we can sell advertising, sponsorship, broadcasting, and so forth, and also manage the fees that come in. And, Mr. Speaker, the names, the Antigua Carnival and the One Nation Festivals, are two names and brands that we will be seeking to properly copyright and trademark here in Antigua and Barbuda. Mr. Speaker, the rest of the bill is merely procedural. It simply speaks about how we go about procurement, and there is a Procurement Administration Act of 2011 that all entities within the government are covered by, and so this is no different. And it says certainly procurement by sole source and circumstances where you may need to procure items for which you do not have competing bids. It is done in pursuant to Section 21 or Section 25 of the Procurement Bill. So, Mr. Speaker, I really have very little more I can say on this bill. It is a very straightforward bill. It speaks to how we manage our two largest events. It speaks to how we remove the bureaucracy from the administration of these events. It speaks to how we really remove the potential confusion or mischief or misunderstanding between two entities that both have a role to play in our festivals management. The Department of the Creative Industries and the Festivals Office, managed by the Permanent Secretary, and the Festivals Commission, managed by the Board of Directors of the Festival, both have a role to play. We are simply now saying that with this act, we will clearly define the roles of each department. Mr. Speaker, I present this bill for debate, if it pleases you.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second and I reserve the right to speak.
I recognize the Leader of the Opposition, Member for All Saints East and St. Luke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise once again to make my contribution to the Antigua-Barbuda Festivals Commission Bill 2026. Now, Mr. Speaker, I understand clearly what this bill seeks to do. However, there are things that we need to discuss and we must get an understanding of before we proceed to support this bill. Because, Mr. Speaker, I'm quite sure that you would have heard of the many challenges within the Festivals Commission and the Ministry of Creative Industries, dated back to when the former member of All Saints West was the minister. There was some corruption allegation by the member for City West, and he would have ordered an audit of that ministry. And Mr. Speaker, we are yet to hear or see anything as it relates to that. The Ministry of Creative Industries, when you audited Michael Brown, based on what was happening in that ministry. Now, Mr. Speaker, over the years, I have witnessed the transition from CDC to Festivals Commission. Somewhere in between, there was also the Independence Homecoming Committee that was responsible for the independence celebrations. And I guess all these were morphed into the Festivals Commission. Now, Mr. Speaker, I am speaking from a position of involvement because I used to provide services for the Festivals Commission and the government on a whole. And since this government took over, they ceased all that within the Festivals Commission. And what I will say, though, Mr. Speaker, it's a small network of people who worked and benefit from what it is that is offered in the Festival Commission. And while the minister painted this glowing, what they seek to do and it's going to strengthen, I can't understand how it's going to strengthen when this bill is seeking to correct complaints by the PS. And rather than listening to the PS, I view this bill as a bill to circumvent the PS. Because, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to funds, when it comes to business, proper record keeping is key. And I can say to you, the Festivals Commission has a problem with record keeping. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if it is by coincidence, but I had a situation and I approached the Festivals Commission because they owed me a lot of money. They still owe me a lot of money. And what is instructive is that the services that I would have provided over the years, invoices would have been submitted. But, Mr. Speaker, nobody can find the invoices. They just disappear. When you go and inquire, they said they told us, go down to the Treasury. And this happens to a lot of service providers. And to date, persons would have gone to their graves without being paid. And I don't think, Mr. Speaker, coming here and passing this bill is really addressing the core issues within that ministry. Because it goes deeper than this bill, Mr. Speaker. And again, if we're going to be honest, member for Rural South, this is not just to separate Festivals Commission from the other aspect of the creative industry. This is to circumvent procedural errors that the permanent secretary, who is the chief custodian in the ministry, would have raised. She raised critical concerns, but I'm not hearing these concerns being addressed. They're not being addressed here. All what happens, the Festival Commission, through the board, which we, Mr. Speaker, and I will go to something just now that I read from the permanent secretary of the ministry, permanent secretary in the Ministry of Creative Industries. Mr. Speaker, how do we get past? Monies are being moved here and there without proper documentation. How do we get past from this document that I would have seen from the permanent secretary, the insider trading? Mr. Speaker, these things are what we need to look at, because critical services, monies taken away from the people could have been better used. But here what happens, Mr. Speaker, and this, Mr. Speaker, I'm reading from a note, a letter that was sent to the cabinet. Technological failure now? What? Anything can go so? Mr. Speaker, a financial report from the permanent secretary, CC to the various departments. Listen this. Carnival revenue, ticketing up. Listen to this, Mr. Speaker, because I don't understand. With respect to funds used without my authorization, I received documentation from Ms. Kendra West, Financial Controller, originating from the ticketing app system, indicating that the ministry had generated a
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. The member is reading from his phone, and I don't have no idea what he's reading.
I will print the document and circulate it.
No, you can't read it. You have to already have circulated. That's still standing order.
Mr. Speaker, precedence has been set in this honourable House that you've circulated
I don't know what precedent you're
afterwards.
talking about.
I'll send it to the clerk, and she can print it.
And the precedent has also been set that when persons say they're going to do that, it's not done. And then when I write to them, I get response that I am doing things untoward, so I'm going to hold you to that, okay?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. So this is the PS giving a report. And I read again, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the funds used without my authorization, I received documentation from Ms. Kendra West, Financial Controller, originating from the ticketing app system, indicating that the ministry had generated $132,445.35 in ticket proceeds. Upon review, I discovered that the entire amount had been utilized without authorization. She further went on, Mr. Speaker. When I inquired, Ms. West was alarmed and indicated she was unaware of how the funds had been spent. This is the financial controller telling the PS she was unaware how funds would have been spent. And the member for Rural South comes to this honourable House to tell us that this is just a simple procedural matter in strengthening. Member for for Rural South, come better than that. We know what is happening. We know what is happening. And Mr. Speaker, it didn't finish there. She went on to say, at my instruction, she contacted the owner of ticketing app, who confirmed that he had been directed by Ms. McCool to use the funds for payments. One such payment was made to marketing machine, Shalita Rose. Now here's the funny thing about this. I don't have a problem if persons are working. But this is a member of the same commission. This is a member that they're transferring if this is not conflict of interest, I don't know what is. Because here it is. Other service providers, and this is what has been happening for years. Other service providers cannot be paid by Festivals Commission. But anybody associated with the inner circle of the commission, they get their check as soon as $1 is made available. So when you hear entertainers and so forth complain that they cannot be paid, it's not because sometimes funds not available. They're not closely connected. And I would have heard one service provider mention publicly that he had to pay to get money. And the member wants us to treat this as just a procedural bill. No, member for Rural South. Because even, Mr. Speaker, when we look at what was being reported here, what was this and I'm reading from the same document that I will share with this honourable House. What was disturbing to me was the fact that a payment of $65,000 was initially made to Shalita Rose of marketing machine from the ministry's account. So he got paid from the ministry's account. And I later, and listen to this, I later saw, so whatever that was transferred to his account, he still got another $65,000 from the ministry's account. And listen to this. Listen to this, Mr. Speaker. Now let me go too fast. What was disturbing to me was the fact that a payment of $65,000 was initially made to Shalita Rose of Marketing Machine from the ministry's account. And it says, see Appendix 3. I later saw another invoice from Ms. McCool referring to a further payment of $78,720 to the same entity. This is the PS reporting that, and listen, this was sent to the Honorable Gaston Brown, Prime Minister, Minister of Finance. Huh? This is what, Mr. Speaker, check with Lynette. Signed by the PS. Signed by the PS. It's not good. This is what we have to deal with. This is what the service providers are dealing with. So while other persons not being paid, the persons on the board, they're the ones being paid. So when you see the blacklist certain people, it's because they're not playing ball. Mr. Speaker, when you look at this, Mr. Speaker, I tell you, listen to this, Mr. Speaker. This is number 4, paragraph, subheading 4 of the same document, Caribbean Premium League, CPL. I was contacted by Ms. McCool, who informed me about the proposed Caribbean Premier League party stand. I advised her that I did not believe we could proceed with it at the time. It was because the Department of Culture was preparing for Carifesta and financial resources.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member is reading extensively from his phone. And although we sometimes give members leeway, I think it's a gross abuse of the standing orders for him to continue extensively to read from his phone without providing the information. I find it hard to accept that to continue, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, you would have ruled that you're going to follow up to ensure that I share the document that I'm reading from. I'm going to send it to the clerk so that she can... Mr. Speaker, I'm reading excerpt of a report.
Honorable member.
Yeah. It is not my words, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member.
So I'm quoting from the document that I will
Honorable
provide.
member.
Yes, sir.
I think the objection raised is highly appropriate. I mean, you keep going on and on reading from that document, and I think I too would like to be able to follow what you're reading from, and to see it afterwards is going to help us in what we are seeking to achieve at this point.
Mr. Speaker, we can move an adjournment and the clerk print the document and get it back to the House. So I move a motion for an adjournment so that I can continue with my presentation and give the clerk some time.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second that motion.
It has been moved and seconded that motion has been made that we adjourn this session so that the honorable member can make his presentation available to this honorable house. All in favor say aye. You make, honorable member, you know, I've been admiring you all day today, you know, what you want to yeah. All in favor say aye. Contrary wise say no. Well, okay, okay. Well, we can go to the division.
Mr. Speaker, and my final point, Mr. Speaker, and again, the document, Madam Clerk, I sent you the document. But, Mr. Speaker, and it's unfair, because these members, and let us be true and honest, because members on that side, the member for St. Mary's North, the member for Rural South, and even a member for St. Peter would have read from a document in here. And we didn't have it, and they circulated it afterwards. Mr. Speaker, it has been done several times.
Member, and I'm not saying that again.
This is critical. Can we deal it?
Honorable member, I am not saying that the precedent has not been set before. I'm not saying that. But I was also saying that sometimes members said that they're going to present the document after, and they don't. And when it's brought to my attention and I write the document, I get letters from all kind of people that I'm being mischievous and I'm being, yes, and objecting to freedom of speech and all kind of foolishness. That's all I'm saying. I'm not objecting for you not presenting the document afterwards. The member made his objection, and I ruled. And we had the motion move, and even though by voices you seem to have lost the motion, we allow you to go on. So why continue to point fingers at people?
I didn't hear you told me to go on, sir. I'm sorry.
I did.
Now, Mr. Speaker, my final point on that document. Mr. Speaker. Now, hear this part, because you pass a motion that what? I can't present? Mr. Speaker, I don't know why they're so touches, but listen to this. $32,687.43. According to the document, they raised that from the CPL, which was deposited, which was not, that revenue, Mr. Speaker, was not deposited in the ministry's account. It was not deposited in the ministry's account.
Point of order again, Mr. Speaker. The member needs to provide the Parliament with the House with that proof that that money was never deposited. Yes, he has to take that back.
Honourable member?
He has to take that back. You have no proof that the money wasn't deposited. You can't just say something.
Mr. Speaker, the document that I'm referring to The report that I'm referring to is with the Clerk of Parliament.
Of order that was just made.
Mr. Speaker, according to the report, Mr. Speaker, they're not going to try and derail me today now.
Remember, continue. You said that you were on your final point. Yeah.
Mr.
Continue.
Speaker, the document was sent to, it was emailed to Mrs. Weston.
Stating that you sent the document does not answer the point of order that was made. But continue. Continue. On your last point, continue. Giving you that leverage. Continue.
Mr. Speaker, when we're dealing with funds, public funds, accountability is key. And Mr. Speaker, there are some names that keep coming up in these reports that we must pay attention to. We must pay attention to these names. Because you're looking at $30-something thousand made, and it wasn't deposited according to the permanent secretary. And also, Mr. Speaker, when she inquired, according to what she said in the document, what she said in the document, Mr. Speaker, it speaks to total mismanagement and accountability. Because here it is that money has been used and moved around without. When you look at the kind of funds that they're talking about and the names, and according to the report, $9,080 were made according to the report from Michael Freeland. And they would have said that $23,000 deposited was made to the ministry's bank account. And she's still complaining, Mr. Speaker, no supporting documents covering expenses were received. And when, Mr. Speaker, when they asked, here the interesting part of this, members, when the PS inquired and they investigated the situation, the directive came from the minister that the money should not be deposited in that account. Put it in the One Nation account.
Mr. Speaker, I stand on the point of order asking the gentleman to take it back because he knows it's not true. Please.
Honourable Member, I think we have given you enough leeway of making accusations without providing any substantial evidence. And unless you can do so, I am not going to allow you to continue to make these accusations against persons.
Mr. Speaker, I would have shared the document with Madam.
Yeah, but the document does not. Well, I haven't read it.
It's an official document. I sent it to the clerk. I asked for the adjournment of the House for the clerk to be able to give the copies to the members so they can follow. Why are we so touchy?
The clerk came and spoke to me. She showed me the document looks like. The administrative staff, because there is Friday, would have already left. And so we can't get the document printed to be circulated. The point I'm making is that you are making accusations. And if these accusations are correct, or if these things that you're saying are factual, even though we don't see the document, you should be able to make verbal reference without just saying that the minister said that the money should not be placed into the account. I am no lawyer, not even a bush one, you know, but I think logic tells me that. So I'm going to ask that you desist if you cannot present
Mr. Speaker.
the facts.
Mr. Speaker, point of order, Mr. Speaker, please. You know, the irony of it is that report is not before the Parliament. What is before the Parliament is the bill. That report is not before Parliament. And you're litigating that before the Parliament. It is not before the Parliament. The debate is on the bill. And listen, the report is not the bill. The irony... No.
Member, let the gentleman finish and then you can respond.
Mr. Speaker, the irony of this here is that the minister introduced a bill to establish a different entity to manage festival. That is what, if he wants to make a comparison between the system that exists now and this system, it would be fair.
Right.
And if you go into the system, what is centrally establishing is that they want festival to function as a business, not as function as part of a government bureaucracy. And that is the focus of why this bill is here. Not to bring a PS's report that has not been verified. It has not been verified and you want to read it as a Bible. You need to learn.
Good point. Good point.
So the Speaker should not allow that in the Parliament.
Mr. Speaker, I believe the reason why we're here with this bill is to take away the responsibility of the PS in the decision making or being involved in the process in the Festivals Commission. And my argument to that is supported by a report.
No, again, I think the point was clearly made there.
I'm
right?
substantiating my argument with a report from the PS. I've sent it to the clerk. I can't help if the staff is not in the Parliament.
Honourable Member, I'm going to say it again. You're bordering on being rude. You're bordering on being rude. You don't have the biggest voice in here. And every time somebody makes an objection, you think that you can just overspeak them. It's not nice. Be respectful to each person's opinion. We have given you enough leeway. And if somebody objects and the honourable member simply says that you are basically using a document that is not before the House, and then you think that you can just jump up and make a lot of noise. Well, this is something else, but I will not say it at this point.
Mr. Speaker, I don't care what you say now. Whether they say it or not, it means nothing to me. It means nothing to me. Y'all come in this honorable house and expect me, a person who was elected in this honorable house by the people. The sergeant can put me out. What y'all think this is? I'm making my presentation and you're telling me. You're unfair. You're unfair. You're unfair. And you should be a principled man. You should be a principled man and not go down a particular side, because we sat here. We sat here in this honorable house. And you would have allowed them to debate, and we don't have the documents in here.
Honorable Member.
We don't have the documents in here. The sergeant can put me out. What nonsense y'all telling me? Don't tell me no nonsense, man. I'm reading a document. The member for Rural South came in this honorable house and read from a document and then circulated it.
Honorable Member.
Y'all need to be fair in this house, man.
Though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels, sounding brass and tingling cymbal, having removed, Sarge, not going to accept that kind of rudeness in this honorable house. We have given you enough leeway, and all you had to do was to just comply. Nobody was stopping you from doing anything. But you think that you have the biggest mouth in here.
Unfair in this honorable house. Y'all unfair.
What's so unfair? All we ask is that you present proof. And all you're
I
saying
sent the
is
proof to the clerk, and you're telling me about about documents and the staff up there. That's not my responsibility. That's not my responsibility.
Whose responsibility it is?
Y'all are just corrupt. Corrupt. Bunch of corrupt people. And you the speaker. You should know better.
Speaker, the standing orders speak to when this can happen. Just for my edification, he was expelled from the Parliament or put out under what section or provision of the standing order? Just for my edification, is that been done? No, I just wonder. I don't have it. I just want procedure. Just for Hansard. Speaker.
I recognize the honorable member for St. John's Rural South.
You know, Mr. Speaker, such an unfortunate development that took place just now, because I was really relishing the opportunity to respond to a lot of mischief that is being attempted. But also, Mr. Speaker, as Senior Member of Parliament, Sir Malvin Joseph indicated, as Sir Malvin indicated, no, hold on. We need to speak to this because, you see, the gentleman, the member made certain allegations that he purported came from a document here. You don't tell me to wrap up. You listen. You can leave as well if you choose. All right? You see, Mr. Speaker, there are multiple sides to every situation. Multiple sides. And one of the issues, Mr. Speaker, that this bill is seeking to address is the entire governance of this space. This administration prides itself on transparency and on good governance. And, Mr. Speaker, this very bill addresses all of those issues, some of which are real, some of which are perceived, and some of which are just downright nonsense. We speak about audit. Section 22, if anyone on that side had taken the opportunity to actually read the bill, Section 22 speaks about financial control procedures. It says, subject to the Financial Administration Act, the Commission shall establish and maintain internal financial control procedures to ensure proper authorization of expenditure, accountability of public funds, transparent procurement practices, and regular reporting. It speaks about quarterly financial reporting in 23, and it speaks about accounts and audits, where it says in Part 2 here, within 3 months of the end of each financial year, the Commission shall submit to the Accountant General and the Ministry responsible to finance a statement of assets and liabilities of the Commission and the fund, a statement of receipts and payments in respect of the fund, and a statement of any investments or any interest and dividends credited to the funds. The Director of Audit or a person authorized by the Director of Audit shall have access to all books, records, returns, reports, contracts, bank statements, and other documents of the Commission. Read the bill. It is here. Mr. Speaker, the point was raised, and it is something that happens very often, where persons mix up the Festivals Commission and the Festivals Office. They call everything Festivals Commission. The Festivals Commission itself doesn't make payments. All payments come to the ministry. There is one account that is specifically managed for the One Nation concert. Every other payment for Carnival, they come through the ministry. What happens a lot of times is that what may be considered priority for payment by the ministry may not be considered for payment by the Commission. But it is the ministry that makes payments. And when persons use Commission and ministry interchangeably, it creates a problem. But an allegation was made about conflict of interest. And if we look at section 12 in the very act that he chose not to read because he's reading from some document that nobody knows whether it's true, false, or anywhere in the middle, it says disclosure of interest. We live in a small society, and whether we like it or not, whether it is you MP for Barbuda, you MP for Rural West, St. Philip South, or anyone here, from time to time, because we live in a small society and we're involved in things, there may become a situation where a conflict could arise. The problem is not necessarily the conflict. The problem is how the conflict is addressed. And conflicts are addressed through transparent disclosure. You agree? And the Act seeks to cover all of this, disclosure of interest. Any member of the board or committee who has a direct or indirect action or other material interest in a matter being considered or about to be considered shall, and we do it in cabinet, believe it or not, the Prime Minister stepped out of cabinet when we discuss certain matters. Every member of this side, you step out, you can't be a part of the discussion. As soon as considered at the meeting shall, as soon as practicable, after the relevant facts has come to the members' knowledge, disclose the nature of his interest. What we're putting in place here is a governance framework that properly manages the funds for these two events, simply because it is where the largest proportion of funds is spent. And this is what I was hoping we'd have a discussion on. This is what I was hoping, MP for Rural West. You normally take time to read these bills and come with some constructive contribution. You understand? I was expecting that hearing from the other side, there would be, yes, we think this is good, perhaps we can strengthen it here, there, tether, another. However, Mr. Speaker, I believe what we have here is a solid bill. We have here a bill that addresses any mischief, any appearance of impropriety, because I'm not aware that there's any impropriety that is taking place. I hear the gentleman talking about people have been paid monies. If he knows who has been paid money to whom, disclose the names. If he knows who has been paid monies to receive their payments, let him call the names and say, this person said to me that they had to pay so-and-so. Let it happen. The point is, we continue to strengthen the governance framework of the entire festivals ecosystem here in Antigua and Barbuda. We believe that this bill ticks all the boxes of a modern-day commission and a modern-day authority or corporate entity that can protect the interests of the people, the interests of the taxpayers, and the interests of all the stakeholders. So, Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you, I wish to commend this bill to a committee of the whole House to be read clause by clause.
Before, turn off your mic, Honourable Member. Before we go to the committee, we make it clear that my eviction of the Honourable Member, nothing to do with his reading from the document, had absolutely nothing to do with that. There were several objections, and I allowed him to continue. The Honourable Member for St. Mary's North got up and made a submission that he was not debating the bill. He was simply reading from a document that was not before the House. And all I was willing to do was to tell him to wrap up. I mean, but he thinks that he can overspeak, overtalk anybody and everybody in this House. And other time I stood up and basically you can't do me nothing. And that seems to be his mantra here, that nobody can do him anything. I mean, and anybody in this honorable House or listening or viewing audience who would condone that kind of behavior in the highest court of the land, something has to be wrong with that individual's head. This was rudeness to the highest degree. Absolutely no respect. And I know the honorable members on that side because I know them. They're decent people. You are ashamed of his performance. You all are. And I really cannot believe that this honorable, and everything for him, as long as it's not going his way, it's unfair. it's unfair. And I just want to make that absolutely clear. Is the noise he was making? General, could you read the section, please?
Mr. Speaker, I read from the Standing Orders, Section 50, subsection 4, titled Gross Disorder. Conduct shall be deemed to be gross disorderly if during proceedings the member concerned A. creates actual disorder, B. uses or threatens violence against a member of the House, C. acts in a manner that displays flagrant disobedience to the rulings of the chair, D. acts in any other way to the serious detriment of the dignity or order of the House. So, sir, there are two sections which apply to this particular situation. C. acts in a manner that displays flagrant disobedience to the rulings of the chair. Or D. acts in any other way to the serious detriment of the dignity or order of the House. What happened in those circumstances? 5. The Speaker may order the member whose conduct is gross disorder to withdraw immediately from the House during the remainder of that sitting. So you're completely within order. And I dare anybody in this country to say that what was displayed by the Leader of the Opposition is anything else but grossly disorder, gross disrespect for the chair, not following instructions. You stood up, you're pounding the desk so hard you thought it would have been broken without hitting on the desk. And the man still, as the leader of the UPP, and I want the nation to understand this, he leads the UPP, so that shows the kind of man that he is and what his party stands for. Well, we're the House, sir. The highest court of the land, sir. And you've done the right thing, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I don't understand what the member read after withdraw. Did you read something else after withdraw? What happened here just now? Did you ask to withdraw for the rest of the day? That was the order, asked to withdraw for the rest of the day? That's what happened?
All right, let's move up so that we can finish this bill. It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled Antigua and Barbuda Festival Commission Bill 2026 be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will now be read a second time.
An act to establish the Antigua and Barbuda Festivals Commission as a body corporate to oversee Antigua Carnival, the One Nation Festival, and other national festivals, to establish a commission fund to regulate the protection and commercial exploitation of festival branding and related rights, and for other incidental and connected matters.
The bill now stands referred to a committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause. Yes.
Part 1, preliminary. Clause 1, short title.
The question is that short title do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 2, interpretation.
The question is that interpretation do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 3, objects of the Act.
The question is that clause 3 do stand. Yeah, no, yeah. This is the only section that we are doing individually, yes. The question is that clause 3 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Part 2, establishment of the Commission. Clauses 4 through 6.
The question is that clauses 4 through 6, which constitutes part 2, do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Part 3, Board of Commissioners. Clauses 7 through 12.
The question is that part 3, which constitutes clauses 7 through 12, do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Part 4, Chief Executive Officer and Staff. Clauses 13 to 16.
The question is that part 4, which constitutes clauses 13 through 16, do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Part 5, Financial Provisions. Clauses 17 through 26.
The question is that part 5, constituting clauses 17 through 26, do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Part 6, Official Festival Authority, Branding and Intellectual Property. Clauses 27 through 35.
The question is that part 6, consisting of clauses 27 to 34, do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Part 7, Procurement Arrangements. Clause 35.
The question is that part 7, consisting of clause 35, do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Part 8, Festival Licensing and Concessions. Clauses 30 through 39.
36 to 30.
36.
The question is that part 8, consisting of clauses 36 through 39, do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Part 9, Commercial Rights. Clauses 40 through 42.
The question is that part 9, consisting of clauses 40 through 42, do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Part 10, Official Program of Events. Clause 43.
The question is that clause 43, which is part of part 10, do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Part 11, Miscellaneous. Clauses 44 through 50.
The question is that part 11, consisting of clauses 44 through 50, do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
The question is that the enacting clause do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
And the title.
The question is that the title do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The House will now resume its sitting.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to announce that the bill shortly entitled the Antigua and Barbuda Festivals Commission Bill 2026 has passed through the committee stage without amendment.
I second this, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, I'm sorry. I move the adoption of the report of the committee on the bill.
I second this, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the report of the Committee on the bill be adopted? Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the bill shortly entitled the Antigua and Barbuda Festivals Commission Bill 2026 be read a third time and passed.
I second the motion, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Antigua and Barbuda Festivals Commission Bill 2026 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. The bill will now be read a third time.
An act to establish the Antigua and Barbuda Festivals Commission as a body corporate to oversee Antigua Carnival, the One Nation Festival, and the other national festivals, to establish a commission fund to regulate the protection and commercial exploitation of festival branding and related rights, and for other incidental and connected matters.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly. I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I'm placing before the House the following motions. A motion, Mr. Speaker, to expunge from the order paper 16C, 16D, 16E, and motions. 16C, 16D, 16E, and the motions.
Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
A motion is before the House that we expunge from the order paper item 16C, 16D, 16E, and motions. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The motion is carried that item 16C, 16D, 16E, and motions will be expunged from the order paper.
Government business, committee business, private members' business.
I recognize the Honorable Attorney General.
And Mr. Speaker, since there is no move by the other side to talk about the private members' bill, I ask also by way of motion that that also be expunged from the order paper, since apparently they are not in the position to prove and to continue with the motion that they put on the order paper today, private members' business. So I'm asking, sir, that item 19 be expunged also from the order paper, but make it clear that they were the ones who bought it and they are not prepared and ready to do it. Second the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that item 19, private members' business, be expunged from the order paper. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, today to me and for Antigua and Barbuda has been a day that I long remember. Today we see the end of a career of a brilliant representative from St. Mary's North, the Honorable Sir Malvin Joseph. Today we pay tribute to Mr. Tico Lake, former Minister of Government, Parliamentary, and today also we welcomed member for St. Philip's North, the Honorable Randy Baltimore. Today is indeed a fantastic day, Mr. Speaker. And today, we also saw the misbehavior, the gross disrespect exhibited in my life as a parliamentarian since 1981 to today of any member of parliament, be it in the Senate or be it in the lower house. I've never in all those 40-something years witnessed any such thing. And I'm certain that my friend Sir Malvin Joseph says the very same thing too. But nonetheless, I want to say, Mr. Speaker, a very important event is going to take place shortly. And I want to wish all of us in here all the very best in what is to come. I know, Mr. Speaker, that we will not all return, but I believe that each member on this side will be here together with others. So, with those words being said, Mr. Speaker, we're all very hungry. You're here since 9:30 this morning. I'm asking, Mr. Speaker, for the very last sitting of the House on this occasion, that the House be adjourned sine die.
With great anticipation, Mr. Speaker. I second the motion.
Someone just sent me a text, but it came in seconds late, that I should have allowed the Deputy Speaker to sit in the chair even for a minute. We are feeling of it. Yeah. It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable House stands adjourned sine die. All in favor say aye. Aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. This Honorable House stands adjourned sine die.